My mic is muted. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's chapter, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie. Welcome back.
Thank you, guys. Hi, my name is Angie, Agonethetic on the internet. That's it. That's all you're getting from me.
Real. All right. Thank you, Angie. We're happy to have you. We love you. We're all kissing you on the forehead, dude. No lips, David? Speaking of David, go ahead, King. David went.
Hi, everybody. Hey, everybody. My name is David. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Whistle. Also he, him pronouns. You can catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I am the GM of a couple of Pathfinder 2nd Edition games. Actually, more than a couple now.
A few.
That's it, yeah. A few. Yeah, guys, be sure to check out over the next couple weeks. Stealthy Elf is doing session zeros for their New World Rebellion series, which is going to, it's going to culminate in a live session that's going to be played. Mm-hmm. I asked, can I say, and then said the whole thing.
Please. I don't know how to do any of that stuff, so please.
Incredible cast, a full table of some great characters, so you're going to want to check it out. All right, thank you, David. Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media, and when I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign as Cressida, and in New World Rebellion as Amanita, a little mushroom.
Just a small little mushroom.
Last night, Adam and I were menaces, and it was very fun.
It's very good. Amanita, it goes from being very cute to the most menacing thing on Hysteria. Love it. Thank you, guys. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I am the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. Archivist? I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. And I also play as Finn Reese over in Heroes of Hysteria Unearthed Inheritance. That's literally incredibly strong and powerful. I can't believe it. With everybody here now, I wanted to say to you guys, and obviously not everybody, we're still at one Lou, and we miss her very much, and we'll see her sooner than you may think. Happy 2 years of Known Realms Tolesh. We celebrated our 2-year anniversary on October 9th, and we have been telling this story for a lot of time, and we're only getting started. There's so much story left to tell, and as we close out such a pivotal arc of this campaign, it feels only right to once again say thank you all so much for dedicating your time, your creative energy, your passion, your intentionality, and your care to something that we are all choosing to carve out time for, something that we choose to build together. And I am extremely grateful for this space, this story, and each and every one of you. So thank you guys so much.
A lot of time.
You.
We've been telling it for a lot of time.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Okay, dude.
I would say 2 years worth of it.
Okay. I called discs flat circles.
That did happen.
Well, you're not wrong.
Technically it's correct, but technically guys, go ahead and check out Lupine Honey. Caroline has an incredible shop where you can find all sorts of merch, apparel, different house decor items, and you can even find some Known Realms Tolesh stuff, mugs, stickers, exciting things. Please go ahead and check out Caroline, support them as they go through a pretty hefty transition, and use code TalesArchive for 10% off of your purchase. And speaking of the current state of the world, there is a link in chat to support a large thread with lots of ways to support people who have been displaced and affected by the hurricanes that have affected the South. So if you are able, please go ahead and check out that thread, and please do what you can to help people in need. As always, we have our open donation link for charity supporting Sudan, Palestine, Congo, and Haiti. If you are not able to donate monetarily at this time, please go ahead and share resources, uplift oppressed voices, and educate yourself on the current goings on in the world. Do we have anything else to go over here? Any other announcements, notes? Anybody want to give kisses, little high fives, anything like that? High five. Okay. Guys, you saw the other session this morning. So with a lot to do, we're going to dive right into it. Okay. Standing over the felled amalgamation that is the village, we see a vision. Wreathed in flame, one Lord Vendrick, standing in the place of Whistle. Reaching downward for a moment, two large mechanical arms seem to scan over the undead. Look upward at both you, Echinacea, and you, Xio. The hand, the left hand sort of flips upward, palm facing the sky, almost as if he's trying to call something. Maybe another time.
Where's Whistle?
Here. I will return him to you. As a gust as a gust of cold wind goes in, Whistle, you find yourself in a room domed with sequenced rings above you, the same office that you saw in the legend lore. Alone.
No Nikolai.
No Nikolai.
Whistle's going to stand up. And if it's the same office, there was like a desk and stuff. Yeah, Whistle's gonna make his way over and just explore anything that's around there. But also just staying alert. But Whistle's always alert.
Whistle's always alert. You got that feat.
Yeah.
The first thing that sticks out to you right now looks to be a journal.
I'll pick it up and start leafing through it.
You pick it up and you begin to leaf through it. You receive dates that mean next to nothing to you. This is pre your history. This is pre history and dates and time as you understand it. But you do get the logs of Lord Vendrick as you are pulled and you are back in front of the village. That notebook's still in your hand.
Whistle had his hand raised up in victory, and I think as he comes back, he drops Gravehand's spade. As he reaches down to pick it up, that's when he realizes that he's holding the book. And he's very confused, looking to Echinacea, to Xio, to Kaelin.
Whistle, we saw Vendrick. He was where you are, and I don't like that. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I have Vendrick's journal. I was transported to his office, the same one we saw in the ritual.
How can that be?
Whistle's going to get away from the village and package up the journal.
You go to place the journal in your bag of holding, I imagine?
No, the bag of holding is just where he keeps all the metal.
Oh yeah, all the funky
that's his metal
weapons you pick
stash.
up. That's my
Yeah.
my scrap pile. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my scrap pile. This would probably just be in a regular bag, in a regular backpack.
You place the journal in, sort of look to make sure the bag is secured. You look back and it's gone. Almost as if it was never there.
Freaking out, Whistle turns to the party.
I had a journal.
Yes.
Yeah, Xio, Echinacea, you both saw it.
It was in his hand.
It was in his hand, and then he went to put it in the bag. Now it is not in the bag.
Maybe you can think about it. It'll show up.
Whistle will kind of cock his head, nod, and give it a try. Think about the journal, and keen mind as much of the journal as he can remember.
Give me a history check in addition to the keen mind.
Got it. Ooh, that's a 19 on the dice.
Nice.
It knocked into the good luck button for
That's
a total
why.
of 30. Yeah,
30.
11 plus 19.
While it is not physical, you have managed to retain a memory of Lord Vendrix.
Ooh,
And pieces of this journal will begin to come to you.
okay.
But much an inspiration point to both you and Xio. Because Xio, you hit the nail on the head. Think about it really hard.
Really hard.
But yeah, you think about it, and it's almost as if it materializes in your hand. You feel its weight. You get a familiar smell, and it's both familiar and foreign, right? As it's sort of this like galvanized metallic scent. And you see it. You're looking at it in your hand, but Xio, Echinacea, you do not.
Whistle's gonna hold up his hand and say, like, you can see that he's like clearly miming, like he has it in his hand.
Good job. That's
You're right.
Oh, there's nothing there.
Do you see something there?
I think Whistle turns to the two of you.
You don't.
Looks back, and by the time he looks back, it's gone. Yeah, just kind of like that momentary distraction just pulled him out of it for just a second.
Mhm.
And he...
Yes. Yes, see, you were right. If I focus on it.
So it's kind of like when you're looking for something in the bag of holding.
I guess it is. Thank you. That's a good idea.
Your mind is the bag of holding. Ah.
Ah.
Mind of holding.
I think Vendrick tried to summon. I'm not sure if Nikolai or a different blade.
Wait. That's right, you said you saw Vendrick.
Where you stood. You were not there and he was.
I was in his mind palace while he was here on the material plane.
Whistle's shocked. Really, no words. Just tons of terrible scenarios started running through his head about, not being himself. And he'll kind of retreat inwards.
Sorry.
Echinacea closes the distance and takes Whistle's arm in their hand, sort of seeing the retreat. I know what it is to have something new emerge while something else retreats. Rest assured that if it frightens you, then I will find a way to fight it.
Whistle lets you take the arm, squeezes back, and looks at you and says,
Thank you.
We will
Echinacea.
find a way.
bring Xio.
It's not just Echinacea, all of us.
All of us. Thank you.
All right. And we will close this scene here as we fast forward in time a bit. Back. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I hate to ask, but there was a conversation that probably needed to happen when Xio
Rewind.
got back from Illenbell.
Oh, sure. Yes. No, you're right. Let's do that
Yeah.
first. No. Don't
I'm
apologize.
sorry.
No. Don't apologize. Don't
Yeah.
apologize.
Sorry. I'm
No, you're good.
gonna try and get into
Do your thing.
so sorry, give me a second.
You're fine. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. So I think one of before leaving when they arrived back in Iyo Thalor, sorry, now I put myself on the spot and I'm having a hard time
You're all good.
getting
You're all
to
good.
the scene.
Let me ask you, do you think it's Xio that seeks out Isandro?
Honestly, I came into the game thinking that we were going to do that first. So I think that's the thing that kind of like took me out. So like
No,
we
that's
went into
fair.
like the village thing. Yeah, we went into the village thing first and I was just sort of like, oh, okay. So because I didn't get to do my thing when we got back from Illenbell. But came back to Iyo Thalor.
Mm-hmm.
One of the big things is we had all the pastries and everything.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we had discussed is to like bring it to people.
Yep.
So I think Xio will bring the pastries to. We'll try and find what was his name? Their
Roderick.
name, Roderick. Find Roderick and provide the stuff for that he asked.
Yeah, easy enough for you to find Roderick posted outside of the Whitmore estate, and deliver the goods to a very excitable Earth Ganassi person who is eager to have these pastries.
Yes. And we'll just provide it to him. And more than he'd asked for. It's just like, you can just share with the rest of the Ducal Guard. And I think Xio is not immediately looking for Isandro, but he does ask Roderick, like, if he's seen him.
Yeah, Roderick will make it pretty clear that he's seen Isandro within the Whittemore estate, but as of recent, within the last hour or two.
Okay. Do you know where he went?
I believe he's still in his room.
In his room. Okay. Got it. Just to make sure, because when we got back from Illenbell, Echinacea immediately clocked Whistle. They went together to go do a thing. So, and I know Whistle and Isandro were fighting in the pit. So I'm trying. Yeah, got it. Okay, I'm trying to follow along.
Yep.
But also, okay.
Yep. So
right,
when Echinacea and Whistle peeled off, Isandro is up in his room.
Okay. Yeah. Xio's gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and just say that we can come back around to this.
Are you sure?
Because yeah. I think I just need a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to take a quick break?
Yes, please, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
If that's
take a quick
okay.
break. Yeah, absolutely. We'll be back shortly. scene here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to No Realm Tolesh. All right. Xio. As you begin to make your way into the Whittemore estate, you see as the grand front doors open, very Aragorn style, two hands pushing it open to see one whorish looking Isandro.
Jeez.
Well played, sir. Well played.
He's just like a package of buns and pastries that they have yet to pass out. As they just like watch Sandra. I think Xio's still standing by Roderick at this point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say. And it's like, oh, thank you. And then just kind of scutters off over
Roderick
to,
is like, you're welcome.
halfway down with cream puff.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Sandra steps forward and just, how are you? I
Hi.
was looking for you, actually.
Did you get my message?
I did. Yes, I heard there were cream puffs.
Yes, cream puffs. Here, and then like hands over the box over to Isandro, and then says, "But not just the cream puffs. We need to talk about the Omni, the one that I sent you on the pages."
Yeah, it sounds like a despair
Yes.
Omni to me.
Exactly. So it was incredible. It was amazing. It was scary, really scary, but it was just one of those moments that is just gonna stay with me. And the thing is, I wanted to talk to you if you wanted to maybe go meet with it again, to speak with it. Because I remember this one thing, I had this conversation with Isterus one time where he was saying that nature doesn't care about emotions, but there's this thing, it's a despair omine, and you've been teaching me about all of these emotions and all these things. It's like, of course, maybe the primordial current doesn't have emotions, but nature does have emotions. Like, we're literally seeing it. This thing is a creature of nature with despair. Despair. That's an emotion.
It is. There's a big smile on Asandra's face. I think after the conversation with Whistle and seeing you, Xio, with the most life he's seen you have for a while, it's good to see you excited.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I have so many questions. Again, I'm just still so stuck on that thing that Isra said, and it doesn't make sense. And then Xio stops as they're yapping, and they look up at Isandro, and just, I'm sorry. I'm talking about myself. I'm making it about myself again. I didn't.
Thank you for talking about this, and thank you for telling me.
Well, like I told you, I'm doing my best.
Xio, I'm sorry. I am sorry for the way that I spoke to you, because we didn't have a conversation. We stated feelings and then walked away. And I am responsible for my part, and I apologize.
Wait. Sorry, I didn't think this was a conversation we were going to have right now. Sorry, looks around. They're in the middle of the in the middle of the Whittemore estate. I said, we go somewhere a little bit more private?
Yes. And
Let's go. Yeah, I think Xio, maybe Isandro starts leading them up towards the room, but instead Xio's going to grab Isandro's hand and says, I think I'd rather feel the fresh air.
Good. Then let's go feel the fresh air. And yeah, the two of you exit the city gates and start walking toward where the Despair Almanae was.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you were saying...
I was just apologizing. I had lectured you about controlling your feelings, and I wasn't controlling mine. I fell prey to them. And I didn't talk to you. I made statements, and those are statements founded in emotion, not in reality or what we both want. And I'm sorry for not practicing what I preach and for being a hypocrite. He kind of smiles. I'm not nearly as perfect as you once thought I was.
And their expression is just one of just like confusion, and as they're listening intently. It's almost like they're walking and their face is just like still looking at Isandro, and I feel like at some points maybe Isandro has to like pull Xio away from like a tree trunk that's about to like, because they keep sort of just like stopping and then like looking forward and then looking back up. Well, first of all, you're not a hypocrite. Because it's strange. Because you're saying that we're falling prey to our emotions, but I think that's what's brought us together. And
I think you're right.
I'm glad you said those things. You're right. We did not have a conversation. I think I will give you that. But I did hurt you. And everything you said, it's valid that you felt that way.
Yes, but the way I said it and the way it was presented hurt you. Which is not what I wanted, and more importantly, it's not what you needed.
Truth hurts. But I appreciate what you're saying. You were right. I did use you. I did seek out power, strength. And you were there, this brand new, shiny person in my life. And not only was I wildly attracted to you without even really understanding what that meant, you were teaching me something. And maybe it was just the circumstances. But I didn't take time. I didn't take time to get to know you beyond just my mentor. We jumped straight into lovers, and I'm not complaining about that.
And it's in the exact same way that I didn't give you the time or the space to process something horrifically difficult that you are contending with. That is not your fault, it is mine. But it's not about fault. It is about what we want to do moving forward. And Xio, I want to give you a space to process those things. I want you to come to me. I want you It took Whistle egging me on. No, nothing like that. Huh? Huh? Huh?
I'm sorry, Whistle?
He helped me unleash. No.
And Xio just sort of like, yeah?
Shut up. Everything, my feelings, my emotions had been pent up. I had been so... Enough. Xio's like, pent up, you say? I had fallen to despair. And I had fallen to doubt, and I was not looking at it fairly, and Whistle gave me an outlet through training for me to let those feelings, in all of their beautiful chaos, come out to the surface. And I told him what I'm going to tell you now. I want you in my life. And I want to be in yours, and I want you to be here. Because I care about you.
No, part of me knows that, and yet hearing it again. I want the same. I don't want you to fall into despair because you can't to me about those things. I feel like I've exerted so much of my own despair and sadness over you. Like I said, I want all of your worst parts too, not just the good. And I had a conversation with Whit today. He said that just because I don't want to go into the current doesn't mean that I won't do it. I know that's what you're afraid of. I know that's what everyone is afraid of. But I still will. I don't want to. I don't want to, and I won't. Because I know that. And Xio's going to step closer and grab Isandro's hands. I won't do it. Because you'll be there with me. Same way that Echinacea and Whistle. And my family and Lazuli and Nivian, whatever they are, and Wit, I know you will all be there with me.
he kind of furrows his brows at Wit being there, very confused by this revelation. It's like, huh? Huh? What? He's like, we can talk about this later. He's like, not right now. That, you know what? I've learned from my past errors, not right now. He's just, I'm glad you want to be here. For you.
But I want to wake up every day after all of this, knowing that you'll be there with me every morning. Whether it's a bright and sunny morning, cold morning, a rainy morning, whether there's a typhoon or blizzard, whether there's an earthquake. I want to wake up knowing that you're there. And even when you're... Sorry.
Go ahead.
Even when you're not there, knowing that every day is a step closer to coming back to you.
Well, then you know exactly how I feel. And how I felt and how I failed to express it. I want to take this step by step. With intention and care, but Xio, I want to be with you. I do.
I'm going to kiss you now.
I would happily accept that.
And Xio just throws her arms around Isandro and kisses him, and it's this moment of just stillness.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sound of the forest and everything just goes quiet as Xio kisses Isandro in deeply, desperately.
Mm-hmm.
And when they pull back and they're just inches away from Isandro's face, they smile and then just say, I haven't kissed you in so long. It's been longer than the time we've known each other. The time that we were together.
Well, let's not create any more breaks. And the two of you continue on looking for the Despair Omni, but I will say, the Despair Omni is not found, as the emotional states of those in Iyo Thalor, Xio, Isandro, everybody present, despair is not near, so something does take its place. Crawling in the same tree that you saw, there's more of a canid fox-like creature. The same two intertwining tails. Sort of looks down. I know your face.
Hello?
He talked about you.
Who are you?
I'm his counterpart. His companion in emotion. He's gone now.
Xio looks at Isandro. This is normal?
Yes. Where despair leaves, hope finds a way. This is a hope omine.
Hope.
Hello!
Is that your name? Hope?
Oh no. My name's Kit.
Kit.
Yep.
You look kind of sneaky.
Yeah. Hope sneaks in when you least expect it. It's supposed to be sneaky.
I think Xio is going to, with Isandro there, they're going to sit their butt down on the grass and start drawing
Yeah.
Kit. And also just kind of watching Isandro as well in this this setting with them. There's a lot of questions that Xio has, but I think in this moment Xio doesn't want to push for any of that. I think Xio just wants to enjoy the fact that Isandro is there, this hope omine is there, and that there is a brighter future ahead.
Absolutely.
And then they go deal with a undead,
And then a village
nasty-
happens. Yeah,
and then the village happens. It's like, ugh. And it's like, just remember, hope sneaks in. Hope sneaks in.
Oh God, Angie, inspiration point for the scene and for advocating. Appreciate you. Love you, boo boo. Okay. Does anybody else have anything for this day, or are we good to pick up in the morning? Take that as good to pick up in the morning. Oh, yep.
If we're which day? The
Friday the
4
3rd.
times day? Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, got it. Yeah. No, not that day. Okay. So, as we pick up on the 4th of Nightfall, I'm not saying the day of the week. Oh, God.
What do you mean?
Out loud.
That's what we pay you for. Say the day of the week.
You guys pay me? On Pedwar Day, the 4th of Nightfall. Yeah, that's what I expect. Okay. The skies over Iyo Thalor is a tapestry of twilight, muted by the heavy gray of snow-laden clouds as a flurry of snow dusts over the city. From the heights, the distant cry of griffins echo outwardly, heralding the arrival of one Sy'gourn Larethian, the ruler of Aldengate. The citizens of the city, bundled in thick coats and furs, with snowflakes settling into their hair and garments, look skyward in awe as this majestic sight unfolds. Shut up, birds. It's winter. Leading the formation, Sy'gourn cuts a regal figure atop his elder griffin. The creature's once golden plumage now a dignified silver reflecting the snow beneath them. Sy'gourn's long blonde hair, tightly braided and tucked beneath a finely woven silver circlet, catches the light filtering through the overcast sky, lending him an ethereal glow. His armor gleams in pristine white with golden accents. Draped over his right shoulder is a royal golden cape billowing softly in the wind, a contrast to the stark whiteness of his armored attire. At his side, a beautifully ornate rapier hangs in its scabbard, a ceremonial weapon, more a sign of his status than one destined for the battlefield. Flanking him are 8 soldiers of the Solar Guard, their armor equally resplendent. Each suit bears an intricate design of feathers, and their helms, shaped to resemble the faces of owls, are both majestic and haunting in their stillness. The Solar Guard astride their own griffins, dark feathered beasts with gleaming eyes and sharp talons, mirror their commander's graceful descent. As they fly in formation, their silent, disciplined movements act as a display of their precision, a testament to the oath they've made to protect the realms of Tolesh at the behest of its elite. Snow continues to I'm gonna glare at them. I don't like them. I'm gonna keep looking. Oh, god damn. Snow continues to fall gently as the group passes over towers and snow-covered roofs of Iyo Thalor, casting long shadows over the city. The crowd below watches in hushed reverence. The only sounds are soft rustlings of fabric and the occasional gasp of wonder. As Sy'gourn and his Solar Guard begin their descent toward the Whittemore estate, the Griffin's wings beat with a quiet power, carrying them with elegance that only heightens their presence. The citizens of Iyo Thalor and you all witness this spectacle and know that Sy'gourn Larethian has arrived. All right. And with that, you're all given the call pretty early in the day. You're sent a missive by Roderick to the humble abode. Just sort of a very, dutiful, "Good morning! I have word for everyone."
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. Sy'gourn Larethian has arrived, and the Lord of Iyo Thalor has stated that you all have questions for him.
Indeed, thank you very much. Is he expecting us?
He is expecting you. He is within the Whittemore estate now.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Also, the cream puffs were delicious.
Zio's coming down from their little tree house and says, "You're welcome." And then it's like, and then next thing you just hear the creak of Isandro's heavier body also coming, following Zio down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Echinacea is not subtle. They're very excited.
Yeah.
Kind of side-eye the two of them and then scamper over to Whistle. Say, "Good job," and press a cream puff into his hand.
Whistle's kind of sitting over in the little breakfast nook with a cup of coffee and doesn't say anything, but just kind of smiles behind the cup of coffee.
Cute.
And when Echinacea comes in, does it a little clink.
You guys come down. Casimir just goes, "I'm off to the Law Keep again today, so I will not be able to join." And Kalen sort of rushing down in his armor. I'm late. I have to meet with Christopher, but I will be back shortly, if that's okay.
Of course. Do you want to talk about why? Echinacea is trying to read him. If you would like an insight check.
Give me an insight check. Yeah, absolutely. But he's not going to roll any. He's not hiding anything, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whether or not I'm good at reading faces. That is 17 on the dice, plus 4 for math, 21.
Kalen is doing his best to be, to hype himself up. And he's frazzled because he is a bit late, which, kind of impedes that process of building confidence. But you can see there is a resolution within Kalen that is very strong. And when he mentions speaking to Christopher, there's no malice, there's no ill feeling. There's just, I'm saying this, whatever it is going to be. I am having this conversation with Christopher, not I am being told what to do.
Mm. Whatever this is, you've got... Hello, Hannah.
Hi, Hannah.
Whatever this is, you have it. And if you want to talk about it when you're not late, I'm here for you.
He comes up, grabs both of your hands, kisses you deeply, and just says, "We are definitely going to talk about it when I get back. I promise."
Okay, well, they cast a long strider on him. Don't be late.
You want a it's before he goes, you want a little hit? You want a little
hit is crazy. A little hit of what?
Just to kind of chill you out.
Oh no, I don't do dragon thistle.
No,
He's a-
Xio was
And he's gone.
yeah, Xio was
Zio's talking
alluding
about
to
creep
calm
puffs.
emotions.
Oh
No.
Emotions.
no. He's gone. He's like, I don't do drugs.
It's like you don't want to
Goofy.
chill. Calm emotions is just immediate high.
Immediate, just
Amazing.
dude, I'm so zoned.
Zonk.
So you all make your way to the Whitmore estate. Okay. You are met at the door by Roderick. They're everywhere, dude. And
This guy's got a
Lucien.
long shift.
Dude, he's busy.
This is Dodric, the
This
twin
is-
of Roderick.
Roderick's twin Dodrick.
Dodrick.
This is
yeah.
apricot. Not peach, apricot. But Lucien meets you. Hello. Sy'gourn is waiting in my office. I gave you all the space to communicate. I will be in there with you, but that is where we will be conducting this conversation.
Have you two been able to speak yet?
A little bit. It was held up by some issues at the school.
He's still the headmaster and also the head of the Magus Arcanum and also the leader of the city?
He is working on transferring his leadership at the school. That's what he's having difficulties with. He gives you a similar, likely story.
Mm.
So,
Okay.
we can talk up there now. Follow me.
As we're heading up as
Mhm.
well, I think Zio's gonna turn to Isandro and say, I know you were concerned about not being included in some of this stuff. So
He's like, this is bureaucracy, political things.
yeah.
I'm going to dip out.
Yeah.
He's like, this is not for me.
I wanted to give you the option.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Kisses you on the temple and starts to run out. And Nikolai looks to you, Whistle.
Yeah, where's Nikolai? I was about to. That was
He
one
is-
of the questions I
he
wanted
is
to ask
there.
Casimir.
He is there.
Okay.
Casimir made it clear that the scry came from not this plane of existence. It came from the plane of Mechanus.
Ooh.
Oh, Blade Brother.
Ooh.
Oh,
Blade brother.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's
gonna
my
be
theory.
That's a,
Okay.
that's a new curse.
And
Blade Brother.
Blade Brother. And
Oh,
the
Blade Brother.
non-detection charm has been successfully adorned on Nikolai, and you now have one in your inventory, Whistle.
Oh. I had one already, but now Nikolai's got one.
Great.
Now
Okay.
Nikolai's
So you
got
cannot
one.
be
Twinsies.
Twinsies.
Now we have no idea where the other is.
Yeah. So Nikolai is just. It was. Casimir is surprisingly good company.
He's got gentle hands.
I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Keep walking.
Oh no.
I think
Right.
Whistle's gonna make sure to have the sigil from the Ducal Guard front and center.
Yeah, dude. I love that. Perfect. Okay.
If we may, before we reach this room, Echinacea will have cast a telepathic bond between
Oh.
everyone.
Perfect. Absolutely.
You're the best.
So everyone can speak telepathically. That means you, Xio, Whistle, and Lucien, I imagine.
And
Cool.
Nikolai.
And Nikolai. Yep. Nikolai is kind of always tapped in. I think,
Yeah, we
being-
share,
I just make Echinacea still makes a point of casting it on
I
the
love
blade, even though it's redundant.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
To make him feel included.
Make him feel like a
Yeah.
person. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys enter the office of Lucien Whittemore and see standing, arms sort of behind the back, looking out the window, one Sy'gourn Larethian. He turns and just, hello. I apologize for my tardiness. Gives a deep apologetic bow. I heard from Prim that my presence was requested, and I apologize that it took me so long. Been dealing with some red tape in Alden Gate.
I remember that phrase. It is good to see you again, Sy'gourn.
There's a similar to Lorien. There's like a nod of the familiar, just hello. It's good to see you, Echinacea. It's been too long.
Indeed.
In their mind, just like, so you have known this person. You remember now that you knew him.
Well, okay, to that point, Alec.
Yeah.
Echinacea met Sy'gourn in their point 5, and they know that Sy'gourn was at their wedding, but they do not have the memory of their wedding back. So,
Correct.
do I actually have memories of him from my proper past, or just new Echinacea?
Just new Echinacea. There are no memories you currently have of him. You remember mostly conversations about Sy'gourn and how he is a part of the family, but he is not very present. Which, given what you've experienced, makes a lot of sense.
He's doing everything.
He's doing everything, and you know, people speak highly of him, but he is not present a lot of the time.
Echinacea responds, I met him the day I was released from the Magus Arcanum. We went to visit Primrose Oaten, Harry Oaten's child, and in the process met Sy'gourn, and I learned that he attended my wedding, which he remembers and I still don't. I'm a little salty about that.
Got it. So, shh. Just as shh in them, even though like they can't. Yeah.
He is currently the head of the Magus Arcanum in Alden Gate, so we are a little suspicious.
At that, is Sy'gourn alone in here? Does he have an escort or
Sy'gourn
anything?
is alone in here. You guys did see the Solar Guard that came in with Sy'gourn out in the hallway. They are not in here. But you do see, as Lucien... actually, give me a perception check, everybody.
You got it, boss.
The
You got
Lord
it,
has
dude.
done some things to the digs.
18.
9.
Perception, you say?
9.
That's 14 plus 2, 16.
Xio, you're the only one that catches it as Lucien traces a sigil on the door and silence is cast.
Oh.
Mm.
You can tell us mentally, though, if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just see you like, Lucien?
Or
was
Lucien
that
can tell us, too.
Yeah, Lucien, was that silence that you just cast?
I did, yes. I don't wish for us to be spied upon.
Well done.
Thank you. Sy'gourn stands. I understand you all have questions, and I will do my utmost to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you for coming. What resources have you brought to the city of Iyo Thalor, and what is your understanding of what has occurred here?
Well, to my understanding, it is that the prior lady of the house, Elizabeth Whittemore, was in league with a death hag and was using the people of the city to fuel that death hag's power. In doing so, introduce the Ebony Knights to occupy the city and fuel her nefarious necrotic ends. For the aid that I've brought to the city, I brought 2 personal doctors and 2 clerics to help with the hospital. I've brought financial aid from the capital to Lord Whittemore to disperse amongst the populace as he sees fit. And I have food imports coming in by the end of the day.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just quick to establish, Whistle is probably going to let Echinacea handle a lot of the talking here, but is going to basically be keeping insight checks on everything this guy says. Just
Love
kind of standing in the, like, kind of bodyguarding
Looming.
as well. Yeah.
Okay. I say give me a general insight check then right now. We'll start this
Cool.
off.
All right.
I think what Zio's gonna do is where is Sy'gourn right now?
Sy'gourn is standing behind Lucien's desk, behind the large, or in front of the large window behind his seat.
Yeah.
So he's standing across from all of you.
Zia's going to totter over to the desk and sit crisscross applesauce on the desk.
On top of it? Yeah, wow.
Like, not in the middle, but like on the edge, facing.
No, but in the exact same way you did with Elizabeth the first time you came to the city. Perfect.
Yeah, and then just kind of stare. Just like...
Be unsettling.
Yeah, just mildly, like the way that cats do sometimes. Yeah, they just stare at you. And it's like, what are you thinking? What is going on?
Sy'gourn's like, hello.
Hello. Just reach out a hand.
Just shakes. What did you get on your insight check, Whistle?
Whistle got a 26 insight, 17.
Damn.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
23. 17
Still,
plus 6.
23 is great. He reads as honest. He does read as genuinely apologetic for his lateness. And yeah, everything as of right now is true.
Okay. Yeah. Whistle is just kind of in the Mind Palace, or just kind of looking around the room. Like, we'll check in with Echinacea and Xio occasionally, and if he catches anything that's dishonest, he'll
let him know.
Yeah. But he's gonna like loom just behind the guy a little bit to make him a little uncomfortable. So
it's working.
Like he's at the table, and Whistle's behind him, just off at an angle.
Perfect.
Have you been in communication with the King of Shanthier regarding this issue?
I have sent word to the king. The king rarely wishes to, use their status to aid. That is what us elected officials are for.
Oh, of course. And in that case, what is the Magus Arcanum's response?
It looks down. I have chosen to keep the Magus Arcanum out of this issue, as I am conducting my own personal investigation.
Is that proc an insight check for Whistle?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on it. I'm on it.
That's
I'm
another
doing it.
17.
Yeah,
Two
okay,
17s
so
in a
another
row.
23.
17, no, 23.
Sy'gourn is on edge, but not because of the question Echinacea asked, purely by the mention of the Magus Arcanum. There is fear, there is curiosity, but there's a resolution to find answers.
Whistle's going to, in the thought lobby, just say,
There's a bunch of whores in here.
A lobby full of thoughts.
Keep pushing. He's on edge. He's nervous about something, but I think he'd tell us.
And Xio is going to be like, is it okay for me to ask a direct question, Echinacea?
Certainly.
You might have to, if it goes a bad way. I don't think it's going to be bad. I'm just going to ask him why he's working alone.
Go for it.
And then Xio's just tilts their head, looking at Sy'gourn up and down. So you're working alone?
That is usually how I operate, yes.
Do they know that you're operating alone?
Who is they in this instance?
The Magus Arcanum.
I have a feeling they know a great deal more than they let on.
What
So
gives
you
you
feel
that impression? I'm sorry, Xio.
Oh, no. That question, but also you feel comfortable working alone under their scrutiny.
I feel comfortable working alone because I have been betrayed far more in my life than I would care to admit.
Xio just like just like the imagine, like, not the imaginary, but like the mental Xio should be like, pick at that, pick at that, pick at that.
Once Madame Zerini departed, and I assumed leadership of this organization, I want to make it very clear. I lead nothing. Not there. It's all show. They say I'm the leader. They say that I control it, but I know that they are keeping things from me. I know that they answer to someone other than I, and other than the crown of Shenthyr.
What gives you that impression?
I've been spied upon in my home. I've managed, thanks to my arcane ability, to recognize select individuals, faces that I see when I do my weekly check-in at the Magus Arcanum. And frankly, given what happened to you, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm intent on finding out. That is the truth of why I took so long.
Also in the mind, and he's a wizard, so you know he can't drill them very far.
He could probably do it pretty far. Whistle's gonna just growl in from behind him.
And why would they want to keep you out of the loop? What do they have against you?
It's probably nothing personal. It's probably the fact that I am not one of them. They extended an invitation in my youth. When I picked up the art of blade singing, I refused. My services could be used elsewhere, and I was right.
You said that you were invited. Who was it that invited you?
Zerini.
Sy'gourn, have you been in contact with Larethian recently?
Admittedly, I can't say I have been. They've been, well, dodgy. Why do you ask?
You're a wise man. I wager you might have an inkling of why.
I would like to hear it spoken plainly, though.
In response, Echinacea casts Detect Magic around the room.
You pick up on the silence on the door. You obviously pick up on all of the magic present within all of you. Innate magic on Sy'gourn's rapier, which is a moonblade, known weapons of blade singers. But past that, are you looking for specific spell effects cast on him?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Would you mind terribly if I did something before I answered you?
He kind of nods. I think I have an idea of what you are planning to do. Please feel free.
Echinacea casts and twin spells using Aidwolf.
Yep.
Non-detection on Xio and Sy'gourn, the only two people in the room who don't have it on them yet.
Perfect.
We cannot be scryed upon. I ask you if you have seen Larethian recently, because I'm curious to know whether or not you are in contact with the Weaver.
Weaver. The Major Arcana.
You're familiar. Good.
You think she's the Weaver?
Who do you think is the Weaver?
I don't know. But that makes an awful lot of sense.
Oh, I'd love to hear why.
Has always been ambitious. Has always seen the world as an opportunity to create. Has often seen the way that things are done as ineffectual. So, once she cut contact, I wondered why, but I think I know now.
It's not that she's wrong. Much of our politics are ineffectual. You've said it yourself, the King of Shanthier is not interested in sending aid to the people of Iyo Thalor. However, joining a secret cabal in response, which is intent upon taking over the world, is perhaps not the response I would wish in a leader.
I agree. Very much so. Lurie wants to know everything they can. They want to understand everything, and they want to use that understanding, that knowledge, that foresight to shape the future. They've always...
Into what?
I once thought it was utopia. Wanted nothing more than to make this world a better place. I think that they still believe that. But I don't know if it actually is. Or whether it would be a better place given what the Arcanum thinks, whatever that may be. Do you have the suspected identities of any of the other major arcana? Zarini, being the dragon, makes sense.
A little on the nose.
A bit, but on the nose enough for people to not think too hard about it.
In the Mind Palace. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to the Mind Palace.
Yeah.
Okay. Whistle is very much sees this as an enemy that Echinacea knows. So Echinacea, you're very much Whistle's battle commander here, and Whistle just asks in the Mind Palace.
So, do you trust him?
I want to. But no, not yet. Thus far, we have said nothing incriminating. We've only let him know that we are aware of certain things. I'm deciding how to proceed. I would like to know what you two wish to do. 3. They look at Lucien. 4. They look at Nikolai's floating blade in Mind Palace.
Aedwulf the dog is sitting.
Okay, you two, always though.
Like, what the fuck? Lucien, he seems to be a very intelligent man. He's sussing us out as much as we are sussing him out. I think both sides are searching for trust. He kind of sighs, almost as if he can't believe he's saying this. Maybe we extend an olive branch. Give him a reason to trust us.
In the form of what?
A theory. Sharing a thought and sharing a perspective creates a sense of openness. Might encourage him to speak more freely as well.
You have such a theory in mind.
Well, we have the crown. My mind cannot help but wander to Driften. The Sunwall specifically. It is their entire MO. I mean, duty, ambition, power. It is what Driften is known for. A hint of what we know. But I leave it to you all. This is your investigation.
Whistle's 2 cents on this is
I think he needs us just as much as we need him. But we need to make sure that he thinks that he needs us more. That's how we can be. That'll give us some certainty in this deal.
I'm not certain how to accomplish that. In the world outside of the thought lobby, Echinacea is smiling at his mention of the dragon. Well, if you were approached by Zarini and if you have this notion that she is the dragon, one wonders why you don't ask her these questions.
Because I cannot find her. Once she left Alden Gate, she hid. Quite well, in fact. I attempted to scry. Could not find her. I cast sending to no answer. I cannot find her.
And how did you come into this station?
It was asked of me by the king. Once Zarini, left, the king told me that the Arcanum could not be left without a head. And seeing that, well, I was already the elected official of the city, and he kind of rolls his eyes, headmaster of the university there, what's one more thing to do? He trusted me enough to take care of these things. It seems he was extending that branch of trust.
It also seems like you are being kept busy on purpose.
I believe that. I am goal-oriented and task-driven.
So, if someone wanted to earn your trust, would we just be giving you titles and a job? What do you want?
What do I want? I want the people of Tolesh safe. secure, happy. That is what I want. Give me an insight check.
Got it.
Can I also insight?
Yeah, anybody can insight check if they'd like.
Yeah.
Let's get him.
I will assist Whistle.
Okay.
No.
No.
That's
That's
an 11.
15 plus 6, 21.
Zeal believes him. He's like, oh, this guy's still real, fucking real.
Real. Whistle, Sy'gourn is telling the truth. With passion and zeal. It's quite clear that with a 21, he truly believes that the people of Tolesh are underserved. And it paints a clearer picture of who this man is, given everything he does for his city. Given everything he tries to do. He burns his candle at both ends in order to try and make the lives around him easier.
I think as Whistle has been asking the questions and Sy'gourn is answering them, Whistle's like walking over towards him from behind, just adding pressure onto this man while he is speaking his truth, almost testing his resolve in a way. And Whistle kind of looms in around him, looks him in the eyes as he's finished speaking, and says,
I believe you.
and nods to Echinacea and Xio.
Yeah, as you inch closer and closer, that resolve is steeled. You approach and he stands, looks to acknowledge you, but does not move, does not flinch, does not retreat from that approach. And once that vocalization of trust is given, he just nods and I appreciate that. Given the fact that I am late, given what I am tied to, looks between all of you, I understand any hesitation to trust me. I respect it. Truly.
There's an odd... Oh, I'm sorry. You first.
Go
Angel.
ahead. Go ahead, button.
I'll remember. Go.
I think, can we communicate individually with people without, like...
The whole group here?
Everyone listening? Yeah.
Yeah, Button's looking it up. I don't know.
Because I know Sy'gourn is inside right now. And I don't have access to Mind Palace.
You do. No, you're in the telepathic bond and Sy'gourn's not in it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Sy'gourn was
Sy'gourn is
in it.
non-detection spelled.
Yeah, correct.
I cast a lot of
that's what it
magic
was.
this morning.
All of you
Got it.
guys are in the thought lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Sy'gourn is the only one excluded.
Sorry. We're shaking
Sy'gourn can't
hands.
sit with us.
Sy'gourn can't sit with us.
Yeah, we're twerking. We're twerking. No, I think Zio's going to be like to Echinacea and just say, I know it's not probably what you're intending to ask, but do you think telling him about Lorien would be a thing too?
I am not telling him.
Got it.
I am not telling anyone about him. Echinacea is like they go from they're sort of like in this cautious tiptoe game to very firm.
Okay.
There's almost a coldness, I think, that might be a little shocking in this moment.
Yeah.
Yes. No Lorien. What's Lorien? What's a Lorien?
Sy'gourn. There's a weird comfort in this moment, knowing that we all have on non-detection upon us. That this moment cannot be scryed upon.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real safety in it, but there's also the awareness that information shared here that lives on in Sy'gourn's brain will, when Sy'gourn walks back into the Magus Arcanum, be at the behest of hundreds of detect thought spells, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sy'gourn.
Hmm.
If we were to share our theories as to the identities of the major arcana, what would you use those for?
I would use them to uncover any ill deeds by the Arcanum, to hold them accountable for crimes they may commit.
Crimes?
You told me that you were held captive for months.
Yes. Yes.
That is a crime.
Not by their measure, and not by your kings.
Well, since we are in this room alone, my king is an ineffectual fool. Grasps to power for the sake of power, not for what this power does for the people underneath their throne. There's a venom when talking about the king. I view it as a crime against human life. What was done to you. And if it happened to you, I have to imagine that it's happened to others, is happening to
Yes.
others.
Yes.
Then I will fight it, and I will undo it, and I will hold them responsible. And you see as Sy'gourn taps the circlet on his head, as this purple gem in the center ignites, with your detect magic still up. You get abjuration. As this is a circlet,
Ooh.
so people cannot read his thoughts.
Oh, jealous.
I can
Why
have one
didn't that
commission
pick up
for you.
earlier?
It was not on. It was not activated.
Oh. It's very generous of you.
I figured if you all felt like you weren't getting what you wanted from me, you could get it. And I wouldn't have stopped you, and I wouldn't have judged you for it. I am a political figure of a nation that has wronged you. Trust is not something I expected. It is something I strive to earn.
In the thought lobby. I'm feeling very moved by that, and also feeling like I am a highly partial party.
Adol's like, I like him. He reminds me of Lorien.
Oh.
Lucien, I am also moved. I am, yes.
Well,
Sorry, Angie, go ahead.
I myself, I think this is most important to you, Echinacea. And if you trust him, I trust him.
And if I don't know what I feel, then what do you feel?
Sometimes you have to take a risk.
Whistle.
I agree with Xio. This is a fight that we all share against an enemy that you understand best. I think trusting Sy'gourn here. If you feel that it's right, go with it. And if it goes wrong, well, at least you're not alone.
Exactly. High risk, high reward.
We're not alone. Echinacea grasps Sy'gourn's hand. I am fearful for you, and that overcomes my fearfulness of you.
Squeezes back.
The Omen is a Shadar-kind named Zufan, a warlock. The Shaper is a human wizard named Egan Herald. The Weaver, you know. The Crown is a Durgar named Grilmir Warward. However, I believe that Philgwyn Selto may vie for this role. And the Dragon, you know.
There is a sigh of relief at finally knowing. Suspicions being validated. Similar to the emotions that you and Monroe had felt. There is a, now I know. What do I do? What can I do now? Thank you for trusting me with this.
There is no bravery without fear.
I am afraid too. People have been and will be hurt. But my responsibility to this world, to Tolesh, is to ease the suffering of the people that live here. They are all
Well
my
spoken,
family.
decreed.
There's a man I need to speak to. Driftinian man by the name of Richter Oliphant.
I'm afraid you've missed him.
I'm sorry?
I'm afraid you've missed him. You're quite late.
He's in the Feywild, though. You can maybe visit.
I don't know anything
It's
about the
difficult to
Feywild.
visit.
I don't go to the Feywild. I don't do that.
I mean, our origins. Well, your family's origins. Mine too. Different families. Your family's origins touch the Feywild.
Touch, yeah, but not. Okay,
What
so
do you need to ask Richter?
how he removed the Arcanum from Drifton.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he didn't.
What? Understood. He gets the got it. Working in secret. Yes. Okay. To be very clear, your names will not be said by me to others. Of that, you have my word.
Where will you be
That's-
staying tonight? Oh, I'm so sorry, Zio.
Sorry, Zio's just like, that's why I didn't give you my name. It's Tino Jabrino.
It's Tino Jabrino. Where am I planning on staying? I was going to camp outside of town. Why?
There's someone who may be interested in speaking to you, but I would not share his name. I would rather speak to him first and make certain he's interested in working with you. But I think there's a good chance he might, as I wish to.
Well, then I will stay within the city limits for the night. Lucien, you can have a room here. Thank you, Lord Whittemore. I will stay here then for the night, and you can tell me whatever you feel is necessary. If there's somebody who's working to undo this, then there's somebody I would very much like to meet.
There may be times when I call upon you and ask for a favor and cannot immediately give details as to what this favor serves. Do you trust me?
Yes. I knew you before you came to my office. I know that you are a person who cares deeply about life, who cares deeply about justice, who cares deeply about doing the right thing. That, in what I see now, is not something that has changed drastically. You have my... Then you have my trust. In this moment, what can I do for you all? In the thought lobby.
Yeah, that's a great question, bud.
We're twerking. The thought lobby.
What do we
That
want
hole
from
over
him?
there.
What do we want from Sy'gourn?
Can I be admitted into the account? No.
That'd be crazy.
I would wish for you to learn, Sy'gourn, where others are imprisoned. It should not be a secret to you.
I will seek them out.
Ooh. Thought lobby idea.
They don't trust him right now. What if he changed that? Infiltrated the organization,
Oh,
gave information back to us.
Properly.
that would be very risky. I mean, they have ways of... He has a circlet, but do they know that his circlet hides his thoughts, and can they somehow force thoughts out of him? Zone of truth is a thing. I know it doesn't mean that that you have to speak the truth. Well, you don't have to speak, is what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But if we ask that of him, and he says yes, then
Lucien just kind of perks up. He's already in charge by law. He just needs to act like it.
He seems dedicated and capable.
Sy'gourn,
Yes.
would you be... Do you be able to slowly, as your administration progresses within this organization, begin to show signs of having bought into its modus operandi?
Mm.
Drunk the potion, as it were.
Yeah. I think that is something I can do. I have a way of having an assertive personality. The Arcanum is under my order. I will act as such.
More than that, act as if you want to be there.
I think I have some ways of doing that.
The important thing is gain their trust.
And to funnel the information back to you all.
Exactly.
and you do have the names of who the major arcana are now,
I do.
so you know who to talk to.
And I have a rousing suspicion of a deserter. I have ways in. I will use them. And again, your names will not cross my lips. And this, taps it, will not leave my head. I'll be the leader of the Arcanum. They are not worthy of my thoughts. He cringes at like the sentiment. He's like, oh, I gotta work on that. But I think that is something I'm more than capable of. Yes.
And that is what we ask.
That is what you will get.
May I give you something?
You've already given me a great deal. My sight is clear for the first time in a century. Thank you. But if you feel so inclined, I am not one to refuse a gift.
Echinacea pulls out a slender bookmark that shows a tower and a dragon looking over said tower with an expression of sorrow. The painting that never made sense to Echinacea among all of the prophesized paintings. And in this bookmark, there's a little addition, a tiny man at the front of that tower, looking back up at the dragon. This way we can be in touch.
Perfect. I'll be sure to use it.
Technically, he can also reach out to Richter, right?
Yes, you should be able to write to Richter via this, although again, I think your questions might be a little moot, as he did not remove the Arcanum from Drift.
They just made him think that he did.
Yes.
I can't imagine how frustrating that is.
Oh, yes.
Well,
Even though you don't have answers as to how to remove the Arcana from Driftin, you could still also loop him into your plans.
I intend to. Richter's skills are invaluable. His knowledge of the Arcanum and their means of operation, invaluable. So, I will definitely be reaching out to Richter.
Another question for you.
Please.
While you are gaining trust, could you suss out the Arcanum's connection to Quilla? The nature of that connection. They use her as a figurehead. Is she loyal to them?
I can look into that. Absolutely.
The gods rustle in their kingdom, high above the clouds.
You know, when you mentioned Quilla being a figurehead for the Arcanum, and yet there's a different thing that is presented of what the Arcanum is compared to who is pulling the strings. Do you think that maybe they might have a separate figurehead?
Oh, you know I always suspect Carafaith.
Mm-hmm.
Sy'gourn does squint.
It may be no accident that you, his descendant, have been instilled as its figurehead.
Understood. All right. Do you have any other questions for me?
Do you want a cream puff?
Yes.
There you go. Let's hand it over.
He shoves the whole thing in his
a
face.
swallow.
Like the
Okay.
all sense of like regality has faded as this man is so stressed and like overcome with the knowledge. He's like, oh.
No one in this campaign has eaten a baked good normally yet.
True. Sy'gourn Larethian will not be the first. He's just, oh. What's a great wallflower?
Yeah.
She's so good.
I'm so sorry. The doctor emerges. You know the wallflower, and yet you didn't visit.
I have to go.
Sy'gourn.
I have to go. She speedy curries it to me. I was introduced when Lorien brought them to Alden Gate.
Okay.
Centuries ago. The foot is getting deeper and deeper into my mouth. Well, all right. I will be sure that my doctors get instilled, that my guard posts outside of the estate and at key points of the city, and I will be here for the night.
Warn them to be wary of the Lady Whittemore. Everyone in town, I think, already has a fair notion of that, but newcomers ought to know.
Lucien's like...
Yeah. She looks just like him, but meaner.
Lucien looks at himself. He's like, I look much meaner than Elizabeth does. I think that was...
No. I would say just as sexy, but definitively meaner.
Thank you.
Lucien's also like, I don't want to think about the sexiness of my twin.
He's like... He folds the big bat ears over the face. He's like, la, 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 la. Sy'gourn just bows and shakes all of your hands. And just, it is good to know that allies were made today.
I would wish you safety.
I will be safe. I'll do my best.
Xio shakes his hand and slips him another cream puff. Just a secret transaction.
This takes a little bite. I wish you all safety. Shakes your hand, whistle.
Shake, shake.
Lord Whittemore, the city is under good leadership. Pats his shoulder. Go ahead.
In the link
Thought lobby!
thought lobby, I think Xio kind of pushes their intent onto Echinacea and just says, wouldn't he technically be your family also?
He is my in-law.
Do you think that that's something that's... Is that different from a family?
I am relearning the nature of what a family is. I lost my parents long ago. I have been in absentia for my brother. My husband tried to kill me when I first came upon him. Notion of family is perhaps murkier for me than it is for you, Xio.
I will accept that silently.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of back in like the room, just like look at Echinacea very tenderly and kind of sadly, because I think for Xio specifically, that's a sad sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
What Xio wants to say is that the relationships, no matter how complicated, no matter how much you've might have lost yourself, like that connection, that thread is still there. But that's not what Echinacea needs right now. So Xio just going to nod and then kind of grab their hand.
Unwitting of what is going through Zio's mind. Echinacea looks down at the hand that's taken theirs. Sad look. They don't quite understand it, but they squeeze Zio's hand. And then they look to Sy'gourn. You've already been warned that Kervaith is trying to kill his progeny.
Yes.
I am doing everything I can to protect you. Their shadow lengthens just a smidge in the rim. If you learn anything of Koliada,
I will add it to my list. And I will look into it. You all be safe. I will do the same. I will not be a stranger, and I will not be late next time.
thank you, Sy'gourn.
Thank you all. Thank you, Echinacea.
There's this confusion on Echinacea's face as they wonder if they are not doing something that family should in this moment.
Well, if you are all around later this evening, a drink on me.
Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, we like drinks around here.
Lucien's like, I won't be present.
Boo.
Last time Whistle punched me in the fucking face.
Last time you might have deserved it.
I didn't know. It went and Lucien starts to bitch fit. And yeah. Is that sort of uncomfortable feeling of have I not done enough for family? That invitation that has been extended, this information and allyship that has been formed. That's where we're gonna take our break. You guys have yet another ally against the Magus Arcanum, and one who might be able to infiltrate the organization. Not Sir Condom. The Major Sir Condom. Fuck you. Fuck you, captions. All right.
Best caption ever.
There was one that was
Magus
crazy.
Arcanum.
Magus Arkham. Magus Arcanum.
Nope.
Anyway, we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. I'm fucking getting stupider and stupider. All right. Be back soon. Bye.
Bye!
One fateful day, the fairy Lazuli fell through a rift between the Feywild and the material plane of Eosha. The amnesiac child was adopted by the reclusive silver dragon Ishror, eventually being gifted a dragon mark and becoming his scout. Over the course of a decade, Lazuli's prowess on scouting missions has helped Ishror grow his hoard of magical items and historical relics. Lazuli's life would change forever during one such scouting mission when she found herself racing 5 opponents to obtain a primordial current orb. Another, Xio, won the race, consuming the orb just before the Magus Arcana members arrived to take the assembled orb seekers into custody. However, they never reached the Arcanum. Rescued from custody by Sir and Echinacea, the group, now known as the Fated, took shape. Charged by Ishur with investigation of the Preservium, a corrupt guild trafficking in items of power, Lazuli traveled into Drifton with the Fated. There, Lazuli encountered the River King Uramil, Fae King of the Summer Court. Uramil revealed knowledge of Lazuli's parents, Lapis and Aura Isledale, as well as Lazuli's miraculous conception via Feywild Wellspring. During this time, Lazuli found herself smitten with Sir's distant relation, Captain Richter Oliphant, a valiant hero who saved those unlawfully imprisoned by the Arcanum. It would only be later revealed that Lazuli's father, Lapis, was among those saved by Richter from the Arcanum's clutches. Finding her insecurities preyed upon by the death hag Viola during this time, Lazuli was convinced to make a pact. Lazuli would be given powers provided she continued to develop her bargain. Otherwise, she would suffer the notice of the Evil Eye. Only now is Lazuli realizing that this refers to the evil god of the unallied pantheon, Ruin's Eye. Things came to a head at the Preservium's Gala of Innovation. Lazuli learned that the Preservium leader, Gale Umbridge, was formerly Ishur's scout, and that the dragon mark gifted to Lazuli by Ishur was originally meant for Gale. Worse, Ishur founded the Preservium. Lazuli also met Nivian's former employer, Dr. Satosh of the Sunwall Academy, who gifted her a vial of the death hag Viola's ichor. Much came to pass at the gala. Lazuli and Richter shared their first kiss. Lazuli adopted Echinacea as her sibling, and perhaps most notably, Lazuli caught her first glimpse of her father during the exhibition. The next day, Lazuli reunited with Lapis, who now travels with the Fated. On the path to reuniting with her mother, Aura, Lazuli found herself in the midst of a combat that felt too great to surmount. In that moment, she made a choice to deepen her pact with the death hag Viola. Drinking the ichor gifted to her by Dr. Satosh, Lazuli became a warlock. The deepening of this pact revealed a terrible truth. The death hag who holds her pact is none other than Elizabeth Whittemore, beloved of Sir, and twin of the Fated's ally, Lucien Whittemore. Through the trials of reuniting with her mother, navigating the pains of joining two families into one, learning that Ishur faces a draconic tribunal for crimes against 5 dragon eggs, resurrecting Echinacea and Whistle, transforming into a witch of the Ith, Lazuli has refused to kill, knowing that death will feed her pact keeper, Elizabeth. We find Lazuli delving into the Saiba home catacombs. There, she meets Inara, the Ruin's Eye devotee who took Lazuli's family from her. Defying Inara's attempts at corrupting her, Lazuli resisted taking a sliver of divinity for her own and left Inara alive. Lazuli herself was not so lucky, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand during combat with Whistle's former captain, Isrudon. In death, she was confronted by Elizabeth's rage at not being fed. Now, after being brought back by Echinacea, Lazuli finds herself feeling above the state of death. Elizabeth awaits on the horizon, a threat to outwit. A fairy's work is never done.
Born in the Scorched Isles, Xio Marino grew up in the comfort of a loving family, only tangentially understanding the meaning of conflict. As with most young folks of the Scorched Isles, when they came of age, they traveled to the mainland of Tolesh, seeking purpose and knowledge to return to the Isles with. It was there that Xio joined forces with the Bright Fury Guild. Not long after, a mysterious voice spoke to Xio, and believing this to be his purpose, a pact was struck with the entity Isterus. Isterus sought a primordial orb, a rare object tied to the primordial current, a source of power which harnesses the sea of raw materials swirling in the plane of the elemental chaos. Xio found the orb first, beating several others, including Lazuli and Nivian, in their own pursuits of the artifact. Finding the first orb was only the beginning, tying his path to the companions they now call family, the Fated. In their travels, they have come to learn more of Isterus, a Famar Earth primordial, as well as the Union of the Tranquil. As creators of the primordial current, a centuries-long battle wages against the factions of the natural order: earth, wind, fire, and water. Isterus's dark influence and manipulations were revealed to Xio through the wisdom of Halitis, the Vacron heir primordial member of the Tranquil. Seeking out more primordial current orbs, Xio found themselves contending against Wit and Alma, the avatars of Coletra and Glacia respectively, the Union of the Tranquil's fire and water contingents. These chosen warriors who seek to destroy the primordial current believe that no one should harness its power. Halitis believes the current should not be destroyed, but rather shared with the world. Xio aims to understand the primordial current. It is during these times that Xio learns Isterus's goal of vengeance against Sunwall, wanting the current for himself. Xio severed his warlock pact with Isterus, unwilling to follow the morals of an entity that seeks retribution and destruction. After the severing of this pact, Xio, in their weakened state, fell victim to necrotic energies that, without the strength provided by Isterus, killed them outright. Thankfully, Xio was revived by the party's healer Echinacea. Despite this setback, Xio has managed to obtain 2 more primordial current orbs from under the noses of Wit and Alma. Following Xio's death and resurrection, Halitis awakens Xio's primordial soul powers, revealing them to be a descendant of Vacron heritage and a sorcerer by birthright. After learning that his body could only absorb a set number of orbs before absorbing him into the primordial current, Xio grapple with their desire to continue collecting this power. In order to convince Coletra and Glacia not to destroy the current, they initially believed they would need every boon they could get. However, over the course of a conversation with Ishror, a silver dragon and Lazuli's adoptive father, Xio found themselves rejecting their impulse to consume any more primordial current orbs. Upon meeting the spirit caller Isandro, Xio found themselves drawn to the practice of communing with the Amine spirits of Ayosha, and drawn to the practitioner himself. Throughout their travels, Xio has begun to train as a spirit caller in their own right, navigating an uneasy alliance with Wit, a deepening of animosity with Alma, and a newfound connection to the natural world. Xio travels the corners of Tolesh with his fated companions, seeking an understanding of the current, its place in the balance, and any thread that will allow him to heal the pain the primordial current has caused.
they can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Oh, it looks like did we drop frames? Are we dropping frames?
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 Skip the frames.
No, we're fine. Okay, never mind. I guess I'm
Skip
just
the frames.
skipping frames. Welcome back. So, the Fated just had a conversation with one Sy'gourn Larethian, and the group has gained a new ally against the Magus Arcanum. One who is going to infiltrate the organization. Whee! Spooky fun. So each of you guys all together, make your way out of the Whittemore estate. Two things almost parallel. You see Lila approaching with a box in hand, and way down the street you see Kaelin entering the humble abode. So Lila just kind of walks up. Oh, perfect. Good. I said I needed some time. Sorry it took me a little bit longer than I thought, but these hands you this small chest. Wear these, and it will grant you some amnesty with the Diobanthia, given your crimes.
Pops it open. Sorry. Anna and the doctor moved.
No, you're fine. It's barely audible. You're good.
Okay.
They're dancing in the thought lobby.
They're dancing in the thought lobby. Pops it open. What are they?
You see 2 rings.
Ooh. For Whistle, for who's the other one for? That were both of them?
Use your big brain.
Nikolai?
Yep.
Oh.
You're getting married.
Oh, I know.
So
Whistle, looks inside.
Thank you, Lila.
I've inscribed my own personal account of conversations with you and Nikolai. I am vouching for you. And I am vouching for him. Once they read these rings, and they will, it will grant you the time that you need to appeal and to make it right.
Whistle's going to offer a very rare little bow.
Thank you.
It is the least that I can do. And sort of hands a letter to you as well, Whistle. If you see my son, please give him that.
Of course. You should know as well. The doctor was right.
I'm sorry?
Come, join us at the abode. I'll explain.
Okay.
It's so satisfying to hear those words, Whistle. You have no idea.
You guys begin to walk to the humble abode, and Lila gets the whole lowdown that Ios is indeed the one who created the Diobanthia, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, because she was so confident. She's not mad at anybody. She's like, oh, well.
Your idea was good, though.
Probably.
Actually, Lila's just understood. Well, there's a whole lot of deconstruction that has to begin, but well won, Echinacea. She sort of offers a gentle curtsy.
Yes, Lila, of course. Echinacea gives a very confused curtsy in return. Let me be clear. This was not a fight. I just don't like being told I'm wrong when I feel pretty sure. It's not.
Neither do I.
I am just that way.
We are very similar in that regard.
It's an intellectual fight, Echinacea.
A battle of the minds.
Just a disagreement. We don't have to fight about it. We can just think different things.
I see it as a game of chess.
Did someone say chess?
Whistle's like
Oh,
pulling out
he's
the board.
very good. And
We-
Echinacea going to split to find Kaylin.
These two start talking about chess. And,
Setting up the board, stab Nikolai into the table.
Yep. Nikolai's
Zio gets
like,
bored and leaves halfway through.
Fair enough.
It's like,
So-
all you do is move pieces?
this sucks.
That's it?
That's it?
This sucks!
It's
I'm-
a conceptual victory.
I'm fucking gone. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
No, thank you. So Whistle, you and Lila begin to play chess, and you are given these rings that will grant you that amnesty once you enter Larwith. Echinacea.
I want to know who wins.
Okay,
I need to know who wins the first round.
we'll roll me a d20, David, and add your intelligence modifier.
Oh, okay.
Where the fuck
Okay.
am I dead? There. I need to know.
I'm using inspiration.
Nice.
I'm assuming I can. Fuck. It's not good. But I'm smart. 9?
Lila
6
rolled a
plus
natural
3.
1.
Yes.
So with those rolls, it is a tense and pretty equal bout. But Whistle, you have a much more aggressive and strategic play style than Lila does, and that wins out. You can see that she likes the setup game, but that leaves her open in a lot more places than she is ready to admit. So you absolutely capitalize on that, like that build up.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Well played.
Very well played. You are quick. You are quick.
Best 2 out of 3.
How about best until I win?
Fair enough.
She gives a very like grandmotherly giggle and like pours tea, and you two begin to play chess.
I think
Just
Whistle
like my
will
little brother.
Yeah, until I win.
Whistle will rotate out with Nikolai a couple times.
Oh,
so that
yeah.
Nikolai can play.
Nikolai whoops her every time.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time.
Whistle just like nods knowingly at her, like, yeah.
She's like, that's insane. It shouldn't actually work like that. How the fuck is he doing it?
Yeah, that's Nick.
Oh, God. Nikolai is like, are we betting money or what? We should be betting money.
I don't have any.
Lila's like, what are you going to do with the money? I'm gonna get a polish. Like, he gets very defensive. Like, David, inspiration point for beating her ass at chess.
Mind your business, actually.
Mind your business, you dirty bitch. Sorry, I don't know why I said
Maybe I'm gonna take my boyfriend out for dinner.
that. Stabbing the knife in the table. We're gonna have a nice meal. Make sure it's not a bloody steak.
No. Oh no.
I gotta go. All right. We follow Echinacea as you make your way up to your room in the humble abode. You see Kaylin just finishing taking off his armor and in more casual attire. His perception is stupid. He does notice. He just says, "Oh, how did it go with Sy'gourn?"
I think I might be bad at being family, and it seems like he is aligned with us in terms of wanting to infiltrate, the bad guys. Let me just Arcana. And
I figured.
and I'm curious about you.
We're going to talk about why you think you're bad at being family. Not now. I know you wanted to ask earlier. I saw the twinkle in your eye. And of course, if you want to talk about it.
Echinacea knows how fraught Kaylin's family life
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
I think there are people who have lines between them, and some of those lines are twined by blood, and they are strong. And for others, binds is not blood at all. It's something invisible. They wind a pinky around his. Care. That invisible thread that binds me to you.
Kisses her hand. It binds me to you all the same.
The blood of Kervaith doesn't seem to sing with love, if you get my meaning.
He thinks of a very fraught, excellently put by you, history with his family, and the fact that there is not a lot of love there. I think I understand exactly what you mean.
And I wish it did, of course. Sing with love.
So do I. For Sy'gourn, for Larethian, for anyone affected by Kervaith. Me.
Which brings me to Christopher.
He understands that he's been told he is not the one helping today. Just like, no, we're talking about you, sweet pea.
Don't make this about me.
It's hard not to. I care about you so much. Anyway. Christopher, a few weeks ago, asked me to stay here. And asked me to take over leadership of the Thortel Guild. To begin teaching me how to lead it and how to take his place, and that took me by surprise. A lot of things did. Because I told him no.
Echinacea seemed so composed moments ago. And the composure vanishes. You said no. Did you want to say no? Are you sure? Why did you say no? And I won't pretend. I'm happy you said no, and also, bad.
Squeezes their hand. Let's sit. I said no for a lot of reasons. Speaking of family, I grew up always being told what I was going to do. And that ingrained in me a sense to always look for the next mission, my next duty, the next thing that was expected of me. I was the perfect son and the perfect soldier, and even when I was, it wasn't enough. And I found myself carrying that across a boat to Tolesh with Christopher. I spent 74 years doing everything I could to impress him, to make him proud, to make sure he loved me, even though he did already. And I realized something. I had never taken action for myself. I had never decided what I wanted my next steps to be. And in that, he squeezes their hands. I decided that I want to be with you. Every step of the way. The idea of leaving you crossed my mind and I refused it. I don't want to leave you. Not for a minute. I want to walk with you. I want to build with you. I want to be with you. Because I want that. And I love you.
Love you, Kaylin.
So I said no because I hated the idea of leaving you. And because I want to see Drugamesh with you. I want to dig into all of the books of Larwith with you. I want to take down the Arcanum with you. I want to do everything we can together.
Well, if we're going to do everything, then you'll need every step, won't you?
Everyone.
Oh, Caitlin. Echinacea is crying not just for the love and the joy and the relief of Kaylin wanting to be with them and choosing them, but also for the pride of seeing Kaylin choose something for himself.
Mm-hmm.
You are your own man.
I am.
All I've ever wanted for you is to not be everything to everyone and nothing to yourself. You give endlessly. I'm so proud of you. And selfishly, I'm so happy.
I am selfishly happy about the same. Because this is everything to me. Love like this and the care that I see in our friends. It is...
We're not alone.
No. And we don't have to give everything for them to love us. Just like I don't have to give everything for Christopher to love me, for you to love me. And you need not do that for me either.
I know that. Just as you've chosen me, I'm going to continue choosing to give you probably more than you think is right.
Selfish.
We'll work through that together.
Mirroring their first kiss, he kisses both of their cheeks, their forehead, tip of their nose, and then he kisses them deeply as he just whispers, well, selfishly, I want as much of you as you're willing to give.
Then hold your arms open wide.
He just scoops him up. And yeah, I think the two fall into celebration.
They fall into celebration. And as we fade away from these two together in this embrace, Echinacea just whispers into Kaylin's ear. Thank you for choosing me.
I'm always going to choose you. I'm always going to choose us.
You'd better always choose you, Kaylin Vern.
Kisses him deeply. And we will fade to black there. All right. Inspiration. Okay. The rest of folks are down in the humble abode, and I say this is kind of where we get, like what are the last things folks want to do to round out downtime? Because we're nearing the end of it, folks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stop crying.
I think the following day, after the conversation with Sy'gourn and everything.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we're gonna do. Are we gonna do drinks with Sy'gourn? Is that happening? Are we just saying that it happened?
If we want to montage it, whatever, that's more than fine.
Mhm.
But if you guys want to have the scene together, that's more than good.
Lucien gets punched in the face again.
Yeah. This time, who does it this time? It can't be Whistle.
Isandro?
Isandro could do it. If Isandro did it, Lucien would be dead.
Monroe.
Oh no!
Ooh. Monroe does get too drunk and just become uncomfortable. Pow!
Monroe makes it. Yeah.
Not even in defense of anything. Just
Yeah. And
become ungovernable.
Lucien stands up. This will not become normalcy.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Zio's just like there, and then like puts a cream puff in his hands. He's just shilling out cream puffs. It's like there's so many.
I have so many cream puffs. Lucien just fucking eats it normally.
I love the
First normal eat.
First normal munch.
everybody's going become ungovernable while there's another like leader visiting Iyo Thalor.
Sy'gourn's like, I may have to rescind my statement about Iyo Thalor being under strong leadership.
We are a terrorist force. An anarchist force.
Bet.
But yeah, I mean, we'll say you guys absolutely have the drinks and yeah, go ahead.
Echinacea takes this opportunity to let Monroe know about Sy'gourn's interest and involvement. They're like, so if you feel like meeting up with him, he's going to be in that room.
And you trust him?
Oh.
We're taking risks. I do, but
You said
I want to.
Okay. You said he's head of it?
In Alden Gate.
He's head of it in like title alone. Apparently he has little power.
He doesn't know shit. Yeah.
Mhm.
Then I'm much more willing to have a conversation.
This is why you punched him. As Monroe's hiccuping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes, It's
I
just
understand.
fun between, friends? Kind of looks at Lucien curious.
Oh,
Nah, I
Monroe.
don't think he likes
come
me too much.
You can't
I don't
take
like
it
him
back.
much
No.
either.
Shut
I'm
up.
gonna go talk to. I'm gonna go talk to Sy'gourn.
Okay.
Thank you, Echinacea. I'll report back on what we talk about. But and what we're doing risks seem necessary sometimes. I trust you, so I'm willing to take it.
I trust you, Monroe. And I beg you not to take any action against the Arcanum without at least letting me know.
I will let you. I will. I swear.
Not to move the goalposts, but if you involved me, that would be great too.
Yeah, we're definitely going to do that.
Okay.
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 Mm.
All right.
Okay.
Puts a hand out to shake a bit. Drunk, meaty paw. Just. All right.
You've shaken on it.
Shaken. Deal made. Okay. Anything else with this drunken night with Sy'gourn? No? Okay.
Echinacea leaves a box of baked goods for him, not quite knowing how to engage, but there's like this very awkward note that just says like for family and then Echinacea's name.
That is the most tragic little thing I've ever heard. For family, signed Echinacea. Oh no. Okay. You get a sending in the morning or like a message that just says, "Thank you so much. I really appreciated the gift. Thank you."
Yes, of course. I'm glad you like them.
Adolf's like, "Jesus, breathe." He said, "Thank you."
I don't know how to talk to people.
You just did. You did the hard part. You said the
Right.
words.
I'll amend it. I don't know how to talk to people. Well,
That's not true either. You amended a whole pact with me. That means that takes talking good. Well, I think I'm
well,
second hand
perhaps
drunk.
the bar was low.
Yeah. Hey, fuck you. That's crazy.
Says the bard.
Yeah. This is why Alec hasn't played a bard yet, because I'm so afraid that I'm going to do it poorly.
No.
Okay. Moving on to the next day. Anything folks want to cover? I have something for both. I know I got something suppressor whistle. I know we have Lucien Echinacea date, and then Angie, you had something that Xio wanted to do.
Yes. Xio is going to, in the morning, the next morning, Xio is going to find Echinacea and Whistle. I'm going to set the scene that is going to be in the kitchen. Before Whistle leaves, he's like, "Wait! Don't go.
Don't leave me."
Yeah, he's just about to make it
Wait!
to the door.
They
and
don't love
stops.
you like I love you. Wait! Have you seen the memes? Sorry. My ADHD.
Like I love you.
Sorry.
Insane.
We all got the same earworm, which makes me happy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Xio says, Sandra and I asked him to go visit the Despair Omni with me, and I was surprised by a change. And I wanted for you all to come with me and ask questions of Kit. Kit. That's their name, Kit. And they are changed. I don't want to tell you. I want it to be a surprise.
Oh.
All right.
Perfect.
I'm curious.
As am I.
There are some questions I want to ask in regards, possibly in regards to the current, and anything that they might know. Xio, I'm thinking that Isandro is here also.
Yeah, definitely.
And Xio looks at him and says, Isandro made a very good point that I haven't tried asking the Omni for help. And so I know you were all there with me when we encountered them, so I thought a little support would be nice. Although they're very pleasant now.
Whistle kind of claps a hand on your shoulder. Goes,
Of course. Happy to support you, Xio.
Perfect. Okay.
The other shoulder, Echinacea reaches up and does the same thing. I'm here to support you.
Great. Well, I can meet you all outside whenever you're ready.
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 Wait, do we need to bring a present?
Looks at Isandro.
Does it like cream puffs?
You know what? We have a lot of cream puffs.
It's been 3 days. We still have so many fucking cream puffs.
We bought at the store.
You bought the store.
And it is now the 5th of
What?
Nithal.
The 5th of Nithal.
What's
What
the
is it?
What's the day of the week?
Say it out loud.
Vampire.
Koi Day.
Oi day. Oi!
Oi day. Oi day.
Koi.
Oi day.
Oi day.
Oi day.
I love how Alec
Koi-
just gets all
Koi day.
sheepish. It's
Koig. Is it pronounced Koig? Or just
Koi-
spelled
Koi.
Koig?
The G is silent.
Koi.
Oh,
Koi day.
koi.
Koi day.
I thought it was oi.
Hey.
Like, oi, you over there.
You guys make your way to the Iyo Thalor forest to meet with Kit, the Hope Amine. You fuck.
Mhm.
Definitely not feeling any of that.
I think that as we approach, Xio is going to very kind of call out to Kit, like, Kit, if you are here, I'd like to meet some friends that you've
Ooh.
possibly have already met before.
Where else would I be? Hello.
It's so silly.
Hi there. You guys see this like little golden orange fox made a complete light hop down these 2 large sort of twisting tails. Hi there. I'm Kit. I am a Hope Amine. I took the place of my despairing companion.
Something about him that reminds me of Uramil.
Oh,
I
you're
think-
right.
I think Kit
can
and
see it.
Uramil would really get along.
Who?
Uramil, he's a fae, archfey.
I don't know shit about that.
He's a big
Wait,
water
have you-
guy.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like water guys.
Have you met Harold?
Of
Yeah, the
Doom.
guardian of this place.
He's been guarding.
Yeah. Well, some crazy shit happened like a month ago with that festival or whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I don't remember.
And, the city was ordained some sort of
Oh, yeah.
guardian, and it's that guy. He looks great. He got like a whole glow up and everything. He looks sick.
Incredible.
You guys can usually find him over there.
Oh,
Points at the forest, and it's like, sure, in that direction.
Yep, that way.
Harold.
Harold. That's his name.
The Mothman.
The Mothman. I've never been more tempted to just run into the woods after a fae, which I do know is a bad idea.
No, you guys should do that after this. I highly recommend it. He's a riot. He talks crazy. Anyway.
Yes.
So I thought I would come and potentially, Alec, I will have you assassinated.
It just- I will have you assassinated.
Assassinated.
Ugh.
I hopefully you're able to help. If not, that is okay. Hopefully. Haha, you see what I did then?
Hope! Love it.
If not, it is okay. And
Okay.
it just means that I have to seek more answers.
Yeah.
However,
Uh-huh.
you being a Amine built upon emotion,
Greater Amine.
a greater Amine.
Mm-hmm. Much respect to be given to me.
So Extrapolate on
Finish and
that.
Whistle just bow.
Yeah, extrapolate on that. Since you are a greater Omni, it seems like you are something that is built upon a more abstract concept.
Abstract
not-
concept, bigger emotions, more abilities, yeah. And particularly more emotions that are more widely spread versus isolated to a particular region. Everybody feels despair, whether it's momentary, whether it's lingering, and everybody feels hope during the same time. So we feed on that worldwide.
And you're still tied to nature, however.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, so then what are
The-
the parts that doesn't tie you to it?
Well, we're of a different plane. I mean, so we're tied. So we're the lesser Omni are tied more to meteorological.
Oh, that is a hard word.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meteorological.
Events and phenomenon like rain, water, fire, just natural elements. We kind of go there and then beyond. So the Despair Omine is darkness. You saw him, broody, dark, wisp of shadow. I am essentially sunlight. A reflection of the sun.
Does that ever... a reflection of the sun
Yeah,
and light. That's still a facet of nature.
absolutely.
So, where does it stop?
What do you... That's a huge question with a lot of potential answers. Where does nature start and stop in you?
I was about to say, it seems like you are at the crossroads, Kit, of human nature and nature itself, the intersection of hope and something that we recognize as a manifestation of it in the world, sunlight.
Yep. Pretty much.
So the intersection of human nature and worldly nature.
Mm-hmm.
So we as people, as the ones who exist, who breathe, we affect everything that is around. So have you ever heard of a concept of where our existence, our nature can't cross, such as the primordial current?
You mean your will, your feelings, your emotions can affect such a thing?
Yes. Can it or can it not?
It can't. The primordial current is a static thing. It was made. Therefore, it exists as it always has. It has been altered by other forces made in similar mind, but emotion doesn't affect the current like emotion would affect something like an Omine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. However, there are things within the current that are not dissimilar to what we are affecting, such as the powers drawn from the elemental plane of water and air and earth and fire. Those things, as part of nature, as part of what gives us life, would our influence on it, would it not affect at least those parts? I think, and I don't know, Echinacea or Whistle, chaos itself can't be controlled. It's in the word itself.
Mm-hmm.
But in your experience, something like despair and hope, is it not affected? Does it not reach beyond?
If I may just make sure I'm understanding what you're asking, Xio. You know that your emotional state can affect the lesser and the greater Amine. We have seen this happen.
Yeah.
We know that the elemental plane of water has water in it, and that there are water Amine. We
Yes.
know that there are Amine of fire. So, is it possible that such Amine might exist within the current and therefore be influenceable by those same feelings?
It's a great question. Now, I think we boil down to a bit of a chicken and the egg question. What came first? Well, the current did. Whether Amine exist within the current is something I don't know, because we came after the fact. And we chose our embodiments based off of what we saw in this world. So something that, well, resonated with us. The wind was felt, and it brought Wind Amine joy. They adopted it. It became the core of who they were. I think
You are entities not of the elemental planes, but of this plane.
Exactly. We reflect more of the material plane than we do the elemental planes. But that doesn't mean that that some of us don't exist within the current. Because we are extraplanar beings. We have the ability to traverse planes. So it's more than possible. And if what you're saying, I mean, it is true. Emotions and states do affect Amine, and if Amine existed within the current, then my answer changes. Then yes, it is completely possible. But that depends on how many Amine exist, where they are. Wow, that's exciting.
Xio, do you want to try something crazy?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Want me to banish you for a couple seconds to an elemental plane?
Jesus fuck.
Xio looks very wide-eyed and like,
It cannot be for long.
no.
Yeah.
And then looks at Isandro.
Isandro's like
Having like a moment.
he's
I just changed his entire worldview.
he's practicing what he talked about the other day, and he's like, take a minute, think about it, let it
About Xio being like fucking banished.
about like not rushing to state an emotion, right? Letting things sit. It's just like, Xio, if this is something.
Puppy? Oh, what is happening? Is it just him reacting like this?
Yeah.
Sneeze.
No, it was the sound of just being like, if this is
Taking a minute.
Yeah, taking a minute. If this is something you want to do, I implore you to chase it.
Do you trust Echinacea?
Yes, I trust all of you.
Then I know I'll be back.
All
Like
right.
Echinacea said, it'll be a...
Well, awesome.
Okay, just
Xio's
to ease
just
your
like,
mind for
"Ugh."
a second, Echinacea casts his death ward on Xio.
Oh.
I'm not.
I know.
He goes to a harmless place.
All right. I trust you. I do. I trust you. I trust you.
Xio's going to walk up to him and grab both of his cheeks and give him a small kiss.
I feel better.
I'll be back because I have to wake up with you tomorrow.
Gives one more little kiss. You guys are gay.
So gay.
David and Angie, or David and Button in unison went.
Let us love them.
No. Okay. You cast banishment on Xio.
First things first, Echinacea says, please activate your boots of flying.
Oh, yeah. Dorothy as fuck right now.
Yeah.
Dink, dink.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Banish to the plane of air.
Xio.
Technically, if I'm a Vacron,
Yeah.
technically.
Echinacea is like, Whistle, you're counting the seconds.
Whistle's on it.
1, 2. The banishment, if I may add flavor, you see it as if Xio is blown away by the wind. Like leaves. Just. And Xio, you feel yourself similar to the teleportation circle spell cast by Echinacea a few days prior. You pulled by your navel forward as you just land in a wide open sky. The clouds around you whirl around each other. You see small settlements built of clouds, and you see Vacron flying endlessly. You see these large, gargantuan whales with 2 sets of front-facing fins gliding across the skies, looking akin to a humpback whale, but this stark gray and the blue of the sky in their eyes. This place is pure magic, and here you feel at peace. And around you, almost flowing from you, the Windamine that you've seen on the material plane, helping lift you up and propel you forward. As a spirit caller, you are able to see their existence here on the elemental plane of air as you glide with them, each of them chuckling and laughing, asking your name, how your day is, what are you doing here, have you been here before? They're just sort of flying around. And Xio, you look around to see a place where all that is known is flight, movement, momentum.
Xio is laughing, answering the questions. Rapid fire, because they know that time is running out.
Whistle's like 30, 31, 32.
And Xio takes the chance to just speed into the air as high as possible, and sees that it's this sort of it's the vastness that doesn't end, and it doesn't matter how high they keep going, there's still just sky and sky and sky. And where one would probably feel a sense of this is too much space, I feel so small, Xio feels like they have to live to see this again.
Yep. And you see as the Windamine release you, you begin to fall. But even as you descend, even as you careen downward toward yet another sky, you've never felt more safe.
Yeah.
You've never felt so surrounded by something so familiar. And after about 3 or 4 more seconds, the wind blows back on the material plane, and just as quickly as they were blown away, Xio returns to the material plane.
3, 2, 1.
Just windswept hair, just all messy. Their clothes are just completely like out of place, and just like a wide-eyed
What was it?
If that is where Elias is going to take us. I can't wait for you all to see it.
You're glowing.
It was beautiful. It was like looking at the ocean for the first time.
Wow.
Agonethetic was like, no thanks.
And it was so freeing. It was. And then Xio turns to Isandro. It was like reaching new heights. And there was Amine. There was Amine there.
Kit sort of sits back. I knew it. I knew it. Well, now you know.
Well, I think we don't have all the answers, but if we can somehow compel, influence the Amine in the current, if there are any, then maybe there's gonna...
You cut out just for a second, Angie.
Oh, maybe there's going to be a way to make things better.
Maybe if you can call those spirits, then it doesn't matter what Glacia and Coletra say.
Mhm.
Maybe it doesn't matter what Istris tries to do with the current.
Mm-mm. Chaos can't be contained. That's one thing. That is what we're going to be contending with. Chaos itself. But the elemental powers, the phoenix magic, what gives us spirit callers, what our abilities, what lets us touch nature.
Kit sort of walks between all of your legs. You know what I call that? Hope.
And then Zia sort of becomes a little bit more serious and say, I haven't told you that. Wit did reveal that that Glacia and Coletra are planning to kill Helitis and Istris.
And then that whole lore dump happens.
Yeah.
Whistle looks down at Kit as Xio starts saying that and go,
And what now?
Uh-oh. Sounds like my friend's gonna be back sooner than later.
No.
That's gonna be fine. Hope persists.
Hope persists. Thank you, Kit.
Hey. I gain power from what you all offer, so thank yourselves as much as you're thanking me. I'm just a little guy.
Well. And then Xio just thanks everyone for coming with them. And then starts to furiously write notes
Yeah.
in their little journal.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Everybody inspiration point, because I'm feeling generous. All right. We'll fast forward a little bit in time to later this evening as Whistle. You are on your way back from the humble abode. We'll say you did a late night of training with the ducal guard.
mm-hmm. Making sure they're not sleeping on the job.
Exactly. Reeves has been incredibly apologetic about the sleeping and drinking. Give me a perception check. Stop!
Be nice to him!
Sorry. Totally moved my screens around.
You're good, Bubs.
14 perception, 12 plus 2.
14. You don't see it immediately until you're pulled into an alleyway. And you just hear in your mind, be calm.
It's a good thing that came out because Whistle, as he's being pulled in, I think is immediately like a hand was reaching for the grave hand spade.
Yep. a large hand grabs your wrist and just... I know your moves. I wouldn't do that.
Then you know you should let go.
I need you to understand that I've just come here to talk. For as funny as that is.
Does Whistle recognize? I think I know who this might be.
I believe you know who this is.
Okay. Is it is the
Anaris.
hand black and scaly?
Yep,
Yeah.
the Black Dragonborn member of your old crew with the Legionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
What brings you all the way out here, Naris?
Fear. Lord Tarvish has gone mad. Madder than I think he ever was. And Isradon is using him like a dog. And the more days passed, the more I think I should have followed you.
Yeah. Probably should have. Rest assured, though, it's not too late.
It is too late for me.
You're here now.
I was complicit in your friend's death, which I do feel regret for. They seem a good sort. Didn't deserve what Lord Tarvish and I did to them.
Yeah. They are a good sort. And you're right.
I came to give you a warning. You're being hunted, Whistle.
And Whistle's gonna kind of arch an eyebrow at Anaris.
And you are here to just warn me, right?
She kind of chuckles. I am not the one hunting you.
Is it Isradon's dog, then?
It will be. But it's more than that. Since you left, Lord Tarvish and I have been her prime security. Her right and left hand. She had a meeting. Someone in Sy'gorn. A mage. They're looking
This
for you
mage have a
too.
name?
Oh.
For what you did to theirs. All those years back.
Mm-hmm.
Magus Arcanum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The name of this
That's-
mage was Lachlan. That's all I got. Lachlan.
Do you know if Isradon give them anything good? Any useful information?
Your abilities. Your weaknesses. She doesn't know you're here. So that is good. But I figured the warning would give you a leg up.
How did you find me?
I know you. You're smart. But beyond your intelligence, I saw something that Lord Tarvish couldn't see. Your compassion. I keep my ears, fins, down to the ground more than our partner ever did. So I heard of the plights happening here, and I figured, given what you've been doing, How you left us. There's as good a chance as any that you might have been here. That was right, I sat in the orchard up there and watched you trained. Your form is good. I'm impressed.
Age is catching up. But, you know, you're too good for them in Horus.
I'm not too good for anything.
I don't see why you have to go back.
I'm not going back.
Good for you.
I'm as good as dead either way, and there's no good in me. I am as sweet as poison.
I don't know what your plans are, but those soldiers you saw me training, they're gonna need someone to help out over there. I'm not gonna be staying here much longer.
If I understand correctly, the lord that has been instilled is one of your allies as well?
Yes.
I think you're quickly forgetting the fact that I killed one of your own, or was complicit to their death. I don't expect forgiveness.
You don't.
And I don't expect to be beholden to a lord of a city I have no love for.
Yeah. You may not have love for the city, but I think you two have perhaps hatred for our enemies.
Isradon.
Iyo Thalor's close. Decipher home. And think about it. And as for forgiveness, you may not be confident, but I am. I've traveled with Dr. Belrose and the other fated, and I've realized that they're better than holding grudges. But if you don't want, you don't have to take my word for it. See for yourself.
For Lord Tarvish. Oh, wait.
Except for Lord Tarvish.
Whistle's still confident.
I may take you up on that. And I don't hate Isradon. I don't hate Lord Tarvish. I pity them.
Yeah.
They believe that their way is the only one to survive. And they're wrong. It took you to show me that. So, I wanted to say thank you.
Whistle starts to think for a moment, feeling somewhat odd at having inspired another of the Iron Legionnaires somehow.
Yeah.
And I think as his mind starts to kind of wander over to that, he'll turn to Anaris and say,
Thank you for the warning.
Thank you.
You know, just, if she's willing to come after me, odds are you could use some friends too.
I'd believe you on that.
Come with me.
Where?
This place. It's called the Humble Abode.
Look, the cute little domicile.
We might have some more of these things called cream puffs.
What is a cream puff?
It's pretty good. Here, wait till you find out. I don't want to spoil it for you.
You have to go in first. If I go in, I will get exploded. I guarantee it.
Make him go in first.
I know. Whistle was kind of
Casimir did ward this place, actually.
He did, yeah.
I think Whistle, yeah, will step in. David wants to see it, but Whistle wouldn't.
Damn.
Yeah, Whistle's gonna make his way inside and see who might be there.
I think, honestly, I think probably everybody's down there. I think Casimir and Kaylin have been cooking. I think like a late, like little dinner meal is out for everybody. I think folks are maybe having some like drinks or whatever. I mean, Echinacea, Xio, whatever you guys think you guys are doing.
Xio stealing guinea pig for whatever it is. Kaylin and Casimir. Guinea pig for whatever it is that Kaylin and Casimir are cooking.
You're just
being
like,
like, taste this. They're like, hey, taste this first. And
You're
he was
the
like,
guinea pig.
yeah, maybe.
I was
I thought
also
Theo
like-
had a guiney pig.
Yeah. Where did
No.
Pet?
Hey,
Zio's just
Kaylin's-
sitting there.
Kaylin's had a
at
guinea
the-
pig this whole time.
Yeah. Zio's just sitting at the bar, being a taste tester.
Whistle's gonna step inside. Sorry, Echinacea, what are you up to?
Echinacea is potion making and talking to their flowers as the terrariums orbit their head. No, it is 3 ounces. I have done this. It is muscle
6.
memory.
You're not doing it right. If you do 6, it's going to be far more potent.
You could
6.
do-
Marie Vlavote.
6.
You could do 4.5.
Quiet,
You're
Theo.
all just saying numbers at me now.
Do 6. Trust me. The potion kind of becomes like this stale gray. It doesn't have the. She, oh shit! Would you look at that? I was wrong.
It's fine. This will just be a double batch.
Jonathan,
Fixing it.
Jonathan is like, stop telling them how to do what they do best. That's rude, Claudia.
I can taste it.
No, don't do that. I wouldn't.
Why
I'd
not?
highly.
I don't
I would
recommend it.
advise against it. I would advise. Whistle walks in.
Yeah, Whistle walks in, like picks it up and sniffs it.
Claudette was wrong.
I was wrong. Wait, that's Jonathan. I wasn't
That was
wrong. She was wrong.
Uh,
I was wrong.
well, on the subject of mistakes,
That's crazy.
Do we see an heirs there?
I'd say it is a hard figure to miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zio immediately.
And ours is outside, yeah, like
Whistle.
through the
okay.
window.
Yeah, I don't think he entered the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not without permission from
Yeah.
the people who control the magic.
hmm
Whistle says,
there's someone I recently came in contact with that I think the two of you should the two of you should meet.
Who?
Follow me.
Okay.
Whistle will lead you guys outside
Oh.
and gesture to Anaris outside of the humble abode.
Zio immediately bristles.
Yeah.
I think it's a testament to Echinacea's trust of Whistle that they don't bristle, but they do freeze.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anaris here has decided to leave the Iron Legionnaires.
How sure are you of that?
Anaris.
Sure enough.
Content warning for some self-harm. The spot where his tattoo was on his chest, it has been carved off.
Oh.
So Whistle had his.
Whistle
Echinacea.
had his remove cursed by Echinacea.
Mhm.
But it was in the same location.
Whistle's on his back.
Whistle
On
is
his
on
back,
his
okay.
back, but they aren't all like uniform in the same spot.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. That sure, but that still doesn't mean that he wouldn't report back to Isradon.
You can cast spell on me to make me speak true. And he's speaking telepathically to all of you.
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
What do you mean? He's
You're-
speaking to him.
You're comfortable
Oh.
with that?
If it proves that I am not going to return to Isradon, yes.
Does he always speak telepathically?
Yeah, he's
Well,
mute.
I think
he can't
he
speak.
signs.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. It didn't click.
You're so valid.
No, you're good.
He speaks primarily in sign and through telepathy.
Oh, okay, got it.
Zio, would that make you more comfortable? I have the
Yes.
spell prepared.
Yes, if that's okay.
Absolutely. And Echinacea will, like, kind of gingerly at first and then straighten up and walk up to Anaris. You're certain?
He signs yes and just nods.
They will cast Zone of Truth.
He willingly succumbs to the effects of the spell. The first thing Anara says is, I'm sorry for taking part in it. All of it. And that it led to your death. I apologize.
I appreciate that.
I regret it.
Why?
Because it was senseless. It was violence for the sake of violence. Something that is all too common for the Iron Legionnaire.
Do you intend to report our presence here to Isradon or Lord Tarvish?
No.
To any Iron Legionnaire.
No. Whistle is no longer one of them. Neither am I.
Whistle is gonna sign over to him. Are there others
Here, yes, as a question.
who want to defect?
He doesn't know. He says as much through sign. He is unaware.
Okay.
Where does Isradon think Whistle has gone?
He signs that she thinks he's taken a ship and sailed away. She doesn't think that he is dumb enough to remain on the mainland.
Haha. I am.
Joke's on you, lady.
Yeah, we're dumb.
We're dumb as fuck, dog.
Dumb as fuck, dog.
What's up? I'm Kyle. I'm 19, and I never learned how to fucking
Learn how to
read.
read.
Whistle's also gonna sign to have Anaris share everything about the hit on Whistle and Lockland.
Oh yeah,
The
shares
information
everything. I don't want to
did
see
the-
this man dead. He is a good man.
Yes, he is. Do you intend to be a good man, Anaris?
I want to be, but I don't know how to be. But I am learning. I think this is good first step. Accountability.
Whistle looks at Echinacea and Xio, just kind of like, I think without much of an insight check, it's the kind of look that tells the two of you that Whistle believes that Anaris has come to the right place, if this is what he's looking to do. That Whistle believes him.
Thank you for your honesty, Anaris.
Of course.
Echinacea is looking at Whistle, and when they look back at Anaris, it's like when Echinacea first looked at Tifna many months ago, when they were free of the Arcanum and Tifna was still trapped. I think they also find themselves thinking that if Whistle had not defected when he had, there would be no reason for him not to be among Anaris and Lord Tarvish in an attack like that. And they don't hold Whistle responsible for what could have been. And so looking at Anaris, understanding that Anaris has come from the same place and perhaps a similar experience, Echinacea takes a page out of Xio's book. Would you like a cream puff?
I have heard tale of these cream puffs. I do not know what I am in for.
Oh, they're amazing.
Well, then I would like two.
I only brought out one, but you can have another.
I have one.
There.
I never go far without one.
He takes one, takes a very gentle bite, and yeah, there is like this. It's difficult to watch someone who has never had the luxury of something so sweet before. There's a clear vision of what's been missed out on, but a quick following light at what can be.
Whistle smiles. Yeah, Whistle smiles knowingly at him. Like, yeah. Whistle will well, now that Anaris is in, I think as things kind of wind down and Anaris is allowed to go and introduce himself to the rest of the group, Whistle will hold Echinacea and Xio back and just say,
Thank you for giving him a chance.
I believe in second chances.
He made his choice. That's worth respecting.
Yes. He learned that he has a choice. And it means a lot that the two of you are willing to respect his ability to make it. And his decision, despite what has transpired between all of us.
Our relationships are born of change. We're fearful enemies with Lucien when we first met him. I'd die for him now.
Whistle thinks
That's perhaps the most unique ability about this group. The ability to redeem our foes.
Theo thinks. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. No, please.
No. Please finish this.
No, just
The ability to make a friend out of an enemy.
Yeah. Xio thinks about in this moment, doesn't voice it, but thinks about Wit.
mhm.
And also gets kind of a little
Horny.
blushy. I already am.
That's my secret.
Yeah,
Captain.
I'm always
Yeah.
horny.
Just gets a little, a little flush to their face.
Yeah. Anaris meets everyone in the humble abode, and he does, after a moment, just sort of look, I will return shortly. I'll be right back. Leaves the humble abode, comes back after about 15-20 minutes with large hands filled with flowers. He starts to hand them off to everybody.
He's
Was this something he did back on the boat?
Yes, he is a pebbler. He would like if he felt he had wronged somebody, like he would give them his dinner. He would specifically that Anaris likes to whittle. And so he would make little like wooden figurines for people.
Oh, I love Anaris.
Oh, Anaris. Have you ever learned any of their names? When you've done this before?
I just met you all. I am confused.
No. What kind of flower has Anaris given
Picked like a
Echinacea?
winter rose.
Riften, would you like company?
Always.
They'll put the winter rose beside the purple one. And what is your name?
I'm Lisbeth. Hello.
Hello, Lisbeth. I am Echinacea, and this is Anaris who brought me to you. This is Xio, and this is Whistle, and this is, and then they go through everyone else.
Starts saying hello and just Lisbeth. Hello, Lisbeth. And the smallest hint of a smile curls across Anaris' face. And that's where we're going to take our last break.
Oh.
And then we're going to
Can we
round
keep
up.
him?
Yeah, we'll see. Can we keep him? Can we keep him? All right, guys. We're going to go a little longer tonight since we're just rounding out downtime. We've got a couple more scenes left to do here. But we will see you guys in the next 10 minutes. Bye!
Bye! Echinacea came to consciousness kneeling before Magus Arcanum agents in the smoldering Kaelkirk streets. No memories remained in their skull, except one, their hand ripping the heart out of the Arcanum agent Valor. Echinacea was taken into custody by none other than Valor's husband, the notorious Casimir. After a month in solitary confinement, Casimir's intrusion into Echinacea's mind revealed that the false memory of killing Valor was planted by the Winter Court Fey Queen Koliada. Casimir uncovered a true memory hidden beneath the false one, the night Echinacea met their husband, Lucien Larethian. Despite discovering Echinacea's innocence, the Arcanum refused to release them, keeping them locked in Casimir's tower. Until the day the Oracle of Alden Gate revealed that Lorien did battle against Koliada upon the site of a Shadowfell rift over half a century ago. There, Lorien was defeated by the looming shadow Eadwulf. Eadwulf, an undead corruptor Corberay controlled by the Winter Fey Queen, consumed Lorien and turned him into the Vildraven, a monster sworn to hunt the line of Larethian to extinction. The Oracle mercifully freed Echinacea after the revelation. Upon leaving the warded halls of the Arcanum, Echinacea learned that they are a fate touched of Minri, goddess of magic. With Minri, Echinacea crafted items of power called preludes, which grow based upon the chosen paths of the wearers. With time, Echinacea grew to love the fated, adopting Lazuli as their sister, advocating on Lucien Whittemore's behalf for restorative justice, befriending fellow Arcanum victim Monroe, and falling head over heels with the runaway Zendrixian prince, Kaelin Vryn. With luck, Echinacea learned that they are bound to a phoenix, allowing the wizard to cast primordial restoration magic. They use this to heal enemies and allies alike, eschewing death hags and the ruinous god Silence locked away in Aosha's core. With rage, Echinacea learned vital information. Koliada's mind is not her own. She is a victim, controlled by the cursed sword Rhyme, created by the deceptive god Kervaith. Braving the lands of eternal winter in northern Shenthir, Echinacea finally faced the Vildraven. In the midst of their battle, Echinacea offered Eadwulf a new pact. Join Echinacea and bring Kervaith to justice for all the suffering the god has caused. Eadwulf accepted, leaving Lorien free to recuperate, offering Kaelin the Vildraven's mythic blade, the Song of Arvindor, and taking up residence in Echinacea's mind. Together, the two have braved many perils, closing a Shadowfell rift with the aid of Lucien Whittemore, recovering 50 years of memory with the help of another Corberay, meeting their brother, Dorlin, dying by Lord Harvish's hand, being brought back to life by Lazuli. With their life reclaimed, Echinacea got to work, reforging the Song of Arvindor into Kaelin's Oathblade Truthseeker, facing their deepest fears of imprisonment and loss of self in the Sy'gourn catacombs, reuniting with their forgotten love and unwitting betrayer Thandor, who remains bound in a pact to serve Kervaith, transforming into a seraph, freeing a goddess bound by the gods Silence, Kervaith, and Ruin's Eye. Echinacea now seeks to reclaim the rest of their memories, to save Koliada from Rhyme's influence, to free Thandoril from his pact, to close the rifts that scar Tolesh, to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, to confront Kervaith, to break the silence.
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter, was born and raised among the Iron Legionnaires to be a soldier, a tool for conquest. A veteran of numerous campaigns against the Scorched Isles, Whistle earned the recognition of the draconic captain Isradon of the Alaric, a mighty Titan-class ship. Steadily climbing the ranks of the Alaric's crew and garnering a reputation for efficiency, Whistle was eventually charged to lead a covert mission. He was tasked with leading a team to steal a Divanthir tome from the famous Larwith Academy in Drukamesh. His life changed when on a mission, he was compromised by the only thing his grooming amongst the Legionnaires could never prepare him for. He fell in love. Whistle's budding affections for Nikolai, a Divanthier scholar at the Academy, blossomed into a romance that threatened his entire mission. Everything came to a head when Nikolai attempted to stop Whistle's team as they secured the Divanthier tome. Nikolai was shot by Whistle's ally, Lord Tarvish, and as he died in Whistle's arms, something miraculous happened. Nikolai's soul was imbued into a Divanthier dagger that the two men had bonded over during their brief time together. Since then, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaire objectives and his team from the Alaric mission, tricking Lord Tarvish into believing he had the Divanthier tome. Whistle sent his crew back to the Alaric. Now isolated from his former crew, he has dedicated himself to discovering a means of restoring Nikolai. After encountering the Fated and witnessing their crusade against the great evils that threaten the world, Whistle has found allies to aid him on the path to redemption and acceptance. It was not long before Whistle learned that he is the subject of a Divanthier prophecy, a leader destined to unite the Ally-born and save his love in the process. Unfortunately, the trick Whistle played on his Legionnaire crewmates only bought him so much time. After a failed attempt to retrieve the book by Viper's Hand mercenaries, Whistle's Alaric crewmates took matters into their own hands and attacked members of his new party. Whistle arrived in time to watch Lord Tarvish kill Echinacea. Falling back on his Legionnaire training, Whistle cleaved the gunman in twain without a word. Navigating the strife caused by using Nikolai to kill, Whistle set about seeking redemption. Having been crafted a prelude by Echinacea, seeking training from the Golden Dragon Helgon the Gildenfire and the Winter Court Knight Uldiel, Whistle found himself taking steps down the path of the Protector. In doing so, Whistle promised Xio that he will take the burden of killing upon himself should the need arise. Whistle's role as a protector found him ensnared in a deal with Isradon to claim a new lair on his captain's behalf. In an act of desperation, Whistle offered Isradon the abandoned keep Sy'gourn, the meeting place of the forces of the Eclipse of the Three, the vile gods Kervaith, Ruin's Eye, and the Silence known as Vaemir. In the Sy'gourn catacombs, Whistle the Protector came face to face with Whistle the Legionnaire. Suffering under the weight of his past, Whistle was forced to relive the choices that made him into a killer, until finally coming face to face with a cruel vision of his father. In that moment, the sight of Lazuli under attack broke Whistle free of the past. The Protector persevered, buoyed by the faith of his party and his love for Nikolai. Now, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaires and thus earned the ire of his former draconic master. Days after retreating from Sy'gourn, Whistle found himself confronted by the adult Red Dragon and the reconstituted Lord Tarvish. Battle quickly ensued, during which Whistle was felled by Lord Tarvish's hand. In death, Whistle found himself face to face with an endless field of weapons and a godly entity, an icon known as the Maiden of Blades. She affirmed that Whistle is a protector. When Lazuli came to bring Whistle back to life, he accepted, returning to lead his party through a harrowing escape from the dragon Isradon. Thus, Whistle's connection to the Iron Legionnaires was severed. For the first time in his life, Whistle is a free man.
They can see and hear you. Hi, everybody. Welcome back.
Hey, everybody.
Slash. 2 years is long enough, you know?
Alec is being bullied, but
Alec
should say the names of his months and weeks and days aloud to himself.
The months are fine. The months are fine. I think.
2 years in.
I know.
The months are fine.
The months are fine. No, we're going to get really particular here because I remember when I was talking to Button before the campaign started, and I sent them the months because they were curious about it, and they're like, this one is just ain't. And they were like, you're changing this. Speaking of that rat fuck, Button, your wonderful
I forgot that Elaine used to be ain't.
Ain't tried, eh?
Ain't tried,
guys,
eh?
bully your game masters. You know what I mean? Bully them. They deserve it. Haven't stopped. Speaking of Button, Echinacea.
Yeah.
As you wake on C Day, the 6th of Nightfall, I need a perception check from you.
You got it, boss. What's my perception?
What do you see on the
next to
C
nothing.
Day?
What do I see with my seeing eyes on C Day? Lucky 13 plus 4. That is 17.
That is not enough.
Yeah.
As you wake up, get ready. You suck.
What?
It was David. David was like, you suck. I imagine that was directed toward me, yeah?
Yeah, I was just messing around.
Oh, cool. You are getting ready for the day. You and Kaylin sort of get up out of bed, and today is the day of your date with Lucien. You move about the humble abode, and yeah, paint us a picture of how you get ready.
Echinacea getting ready for this date is going to find an outfit that they feel really cute in. I think they end up in this piece that has big poofy Renaissance sleeves that are sort of bound at the arm.
Yeah.
And then it's just the floatiest, poofiest sleeve, almost as floofy and floaty as their hair.
Mm-hmm.
They were pants because they're I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to. This man has robbed me, and I'm going to have to chase him down. I'm aware of how he works. And I think that there's a moment where they're getting ready, and they look up at Heather the Hyacinth, and they're like, "Oh, I could cast divination to see what he took. That does feel like cheating."
You use the skills at your disposal. Would he do the same?
Well, he can't.
But would he?
No, I don't think so. So I won't.
Very good, Echinacea.
Continue getting ready.
You make it. Yeah, go ahead.
They find him a little boutonniere. I think it is. I think they will have asked Xio to help them find the trixiest flower Amine in the garden of the estate.
Yeah. I think Xio will make a challenge out of this, and then essentially interview different flowers.
Perfect.
And then just be like, so if you could pull a harmless prank on the master of the house, what would you do?
When you
and
say
then just go down the line.
harmless, what do you mean by harmless?
Okay. Awesome. Oswald Cobblepot? Like, what is going on?
Now, when you
The
say
penguin is
harmless,
here.
what do you mean by harmless? He's not gonna harm me. He's not gonna harm me either.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oscob indeed.
If they don't know that hurt's coming, are they even hurt?
Wow. Not this one.
Okay, not. I want to talk to you more, but
Give me an opportunity. I'm gonna change your life. You got no fucking idea about me. You got no fucking idea about me, sweetheart. I'm telling you.
Okay.
You got no fucking idea.
Oh, God, you're such an interesting man. Flower. Okay.
I'm a flower,
not
not a man.
Yeah.
No gender.
No gender. Super interesting flower, but
They them
we'll take a
pronouns, please.
yeah, we'll take a rain check.
It's snowing.
Mix what?
Cobb.
It's snowing. Yeah. Mix cob. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
right, yeah.
Ally.
You eventually find a flower who is. Well, if it was a harmless prank, I guess maybe I would just harmless. Well, I would put all sorts of petals on the bed so that there was a fun little mess to clean up.
That's not really a prank, but
What?
that's very.
It's very
Sorry.
mischievous.
Is so mischievous. Okay.
A flower
Yeah,
down the road be like, I would make my pollen so potent that he would sneeze uncontrollably.
Xio runs over to this flower.
I see I've been
Go
chosen.
on. Go on.
I would, essentially just puff out my chest very difficultly, and all of my pollen would come out, and I know the master of the house has allergies.
Oh. Poor Lucien.
And I would make those allergies really bad.
Oh, I feel bad that if I choose you, he is going on a date, and I don't think it would be very nice to give him an allergy attack in the middle of his date. So
Cobb down the street, you could have had me. I could outdo it.
Cobb, no.
I would have just tied his shoes together.
Oh, Cobb, you're making me come back to you, but I don't. You're not.
I would have
You're
just
not
tied his
Echinacea's
shoelaces
vibe.
together. Come on, I would have just tied his shoelaces together.
Xio's just running up and down the fucking
come on.
garden.
I believe this may have been a harder choice than I initially anticipated.
Xio's ADHD. Can I say that I do end up finding a flower, and it's just
absolutely.
like, I think the more that they talk to these flowers, I feel like the one that Xio ends up finding is one that has a very similar personality to Lucien.
A wet
So
cat
one
of a
that is-
flower.
It's not so much a wet cat of a flower, but like it's like all of like because those are a lot of that is like the parts of Lucien that he kind of internalizes and kind of
Absolutely.
might be a little self-conscious about. But this one is it's the part where like he's like, I'm playing this prank on Echinacea.
Yeah, just
Will
the
you join
playful
me?
kind of absolutely.
Yes. So I think the one that Xio finds is the one that says, if I do this, will you help me out? And I think in that moment, like the one that involves Xio in the prank.
Oh, cool.
That's the one that he says, like, you know what? You're coming home with me.
You're coming home with me.
And then I'm trying to think about what flower this would be, like what type.
Yeah, leave that to you.
I think it's gonna be a gladiolus flower. So it's this red sort of it's a sprig that has like these red hanging flowers. And it very pretty.
Yeah.
So just grabs the gladiolus, which I would almost say that like as we're nearing, I don't know if there's any sort of magic that's keeping the garden alive and everything, but Xio essentially maybe like talks to some of the wind omine, tries and converts to some of like the wind omine that sort of exists perpetually around to try and keep this flower from wilting from once it's on the in the snow, in the colder temperature.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this little wind ball of with the flower.
What's the
And they
plan?
rush back. They rush back, and it's like, ha, ha, ha.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Xio.
And this is, I did not ask the name.
Gladiolus.
Glady.
Hello, Gladiolus.
Howdy.
Oh, oh my goodness. Do you mind being a lapel?
Not at all.
Excellent. And then Echinacea's going to go into the humble abode. They're going to prepare a thermos of Angel's Dream tea because they don't know where they're going, and they're going to put it into their bag of holding.
Okay. And you begin to move out. As you grab your last minute things from your room, you notice that your bookmark is gone. With an IOU
Bitch.
posted to the desk. And you grab the IOU, and it directs you to the tea gardens. And then you make your way to get ready to leave. In the place where your boots sit, there is another post-it note.
I don't know how he expects me to leave without my shoes. So I'm not doing that. It's cold out.
Aedwulf wraps around. I got you for the meantime.
Okay. Okay, fine. What does the post-it note say?
Post-it note says, I will see you in the highest part of the city.
Whistle, what would you do to someone who stole your boots?
Quick flashback to how you got those boots in the first place.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And think,
Probably not that. I suppose I'd have to take their boots. Restore balance.
I do think you're right. Fair is fair.
Fair is fair.
Thank you, Whistle. And they're going to spread out their wings and search for the highest point in this city.
You move across, and Echinacea, give me what's your passive investigation?
Ooh, good. 23.
You spot a glint that sort of grabs your attention out in the tea gardens. Do you make your way down?
Well, that's not the highest point, but yes.
No, if it's not the highest point and you're not going to do it, then no.
They'll go look. He said to go to the tea garden, so they'll go there first.
You stop at the tea table in the center, and on top of it you see your bookmark, and then on top of it are an array of 5 different potion bottles with another personal note on them.
Just left this out here where fucking Lizzie could take it, and then they...
You see Roderick standing guard.
What do the notes on the potion bottles say?
They are supreme potions of healing.
What?
And they are the recipes for each. And the note
What?
just says, for one of the first things we did together. Potion crafting.
What? Wait, what are they? There's...
Potions of supreme healing. 5 of them.
Jesus.
Jesus.
And the ingredient, or the recipe?
The recipe, yep.
They have been largely mollified by this, and I think looking at the recipe, which I imagine is also coded,
Yep.
Echinacea takes the time to scribble out a recipe of their own for the potion of maximum power.
Perfect.
And then for restorative ointments. So Echinacea says on the note, one to give and one to take away.
Perfect. You then continue your search to the highest point in the city, and you initially look at Celine Spire, but then with your passive investigation, lights on a clock tower begin to draw your attention. And you see these floating candles emitting around a clock tower where you know that Lucien used to work in his youth. And up there you see, sort of setting things up, Lucien, who's had his hair freshly cut. It's a bit shorter, not as unkempt, and perfectly kind of swept back behind his very big ears. He is wearing a full, like, elevated version of his normal attire. The prelude is now this sort of draconic bracelet that sort of trails up the arm. And he's just setting everything up.
Echinacea alights onto the window ledge. You look sharp. You look almost perfect.
I was going to say the same thing about you. Except two missing elements. He puts the boots in front of his face.
I said almost perfect because you don't have this yet. And they land down and they put the boutonniere in his lapel.
Well, this is lovely. I'm Gladiolus. Oh.
This is Gladiolus.
Hello. He sort of looks at the boots. May I?
Yes, you may.
Puts the boots back on Echinacea.
As Aidwolf retreats, can I look around the space? This is like a childhood space.
Yeah. Around you, what you see is a really well-kept workstation. You see across, similar to what you saw him working on during his times in the dungeon, clockwork pieces, and what you saw in Ishwar's estate, these really fanciful and almost ornate clockwork pieces. And you can see behind you, with your passive investigation, pieces that represent you, Kaelin, the rest of the Fated, all works in progress that you imagine he is going to be giving to all of you. It seems that he has spent a lot of time here. Anyway, you see a really meticulously kept desk where his potions are being made. You see these beautiful clock faces on each side that each have this like green and gold light that sort of lightly washes the inside of the space. But aside from the very organized like top floor workspace, you see this beautiful red velvet seating arrangement with pillows. You see a wide array of charcuterie. You see like cured meats, artisan cheeses, honey, fig jam, olives, roasted almonds, grapes, baguette slices. You see, and it's easy enough for you to tell, having prepared meals like these yourself, these were all prepared this morning by hand. And you see as Lucien just sort of, I made a lot. And I hope that you see that there's a salad bowl. You see that there's like a mixed berry salad, mini stuffed peppers. There's a chocolate dipped strawberry. Like there's so much here.
It smells amazing in here. And this space. This place looks like home to you.
It feels like it, and it felt important to me to share it with you.
Thank you. I feel bad. I didn't know what we were doing tonight, so... Echinacea pulls out their little thermos of tea. I didn't know where we were going. This feels insufficient.
This is perfect. Tea is the one thing I didn't bring. So you've completed the event.
Oh, good. I am a completionist.
Yes, you are. Would you like a glass?
I would, thank you.
pours you tea as he gets up and he taps one of the mechanized devices that looks like a clock, but it immediately begins to spin and play music. Just this very soft, almost like piano.
I think awestruck and remembering just the degree to which Lucien is an inventor, Echinacea will spend... Like, I think that this ends up being a lot less stationary than Lucien might have anticipated with, like, this pillow spread. They'll, like, grab food for both of them, and they'll be eating and then asking what something that looks like a clock but isn't a clock does. And then they'll go and grab grapes, and they'll, like, stuff them into his face and then pop one into their mouth and then ask what the next thing does. And it ends up being this tour around the clock tower.
Yeah, and this tour extends as you see Lucien with you continuing to just be so open, and that openness being reciprocated, and he is... There are no airs up anymore. That faded a long time ago, and he's excitedly and openly sharing one of these clocks is actually it doubles as a mechanical floating disc in case people need help carrying things from their immediate living space to another part of the house. One of them is actually a small little automaton that sort of stands up and walks with you and repeats daily reminders. Each of them have this deeply personal and very intentional design. Yeah.
Automaton, you should have Whistle talk to him.
I have things I want to give to all of you before. Well,
I wish a lot of things.
a great many things.
I know that the way that this place is structured, leadership has fallen upon your shoulders. If things could be different, do you want to be the Lord of Iyo Thalor forever?
I doubt I want to do any one thing forever. That is the beauty of life. There's so much to do with it.
Well said.
I will find my ways to sneak out for now. But I know that at this time, I am the right person to help lead these people.
So long as you remember that you are one of these people, that you are not above your community, but a part of it.
This is all of our home. And I'm going to work with and for them. I'm above no one. Well, technically, in the clock tower, we are physically above a great deal.
I
but,
knew that you weren't referring to our altitude, Lucien.
I am not owed any special privileges. The most important thing I can continue to do here is work. But for now, I am happy and privileged to steal some of your time.
When I am away, because of course I will be returning, I have the means. And they'll tap their spellbook. But while I am away, do I have permission to knock on the door of your dreams.
He smiles. You have already, but I think in a different way. Absolutely, you may.
They blush bright pink. Oh, I did mean in a different way, but that's very sweet.
You mean so much to me. And I remember the days where I thought meeting you was a burden.
I mean, you may not have been wrong.
I was. It's one of the greatest gifts of my life. Meeting you. I learned so much from you. Sorry. Bless you, Angie. And your resplendent light shined on all of my darkest places. And I got to see and decide the man I wanted to be.
He's a vision, you know.
I know. Sort of tucks his hair behind his big ear.
Oh, good. Echinacea will tuck his hair behind his other ear. And I think it's a testament to the depth of which they will miss him that they do not ask Gladiolus to make a prank in this moment.
Lucien's hand trails to Echinacea's as he just... I've said it before, but it feels important to say it again. I care for you very much.
I never tire of hearing it. And I care for you. Desperately, and I don't want to leave. There's this painful moment where Echinacea has told Kaelin that they are not going to pursue Lucien's feelings. If those feelings exist, they will let them be expressed on Lucien's terms. And so there are so many words on the edge of Echinacea's tongue, but they need to respect the vulnerable place that Lucien is in, and so they don't say them.
And in this moment, Lucien scoots closer. Echinacea, I see you more than just a friend, you know. My heart calls to you. I wish to be close to you. I wish to annoy you. I wish to be rude to you. I wish to play jokes, to create, and to do so many things with you.
Lucien Whittemore, rest assured that you succeed in all these things.
And
more.
He reciprocates the blush. I have a question.
Yes?
Could I kiss you?
They hold him heart to heart. I thought you would never ask. And they kiss him.
Kisses them deeply.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm. He's lost in it. He's like, huh?
Could you do that again?
Without a word, he just absolutely does.
Could we maybe try this until morning?
It's early after, yes. He shuts both of the both of the clock faces, dims the lights, and we're gonna fade to black there with Echinacea and Lucien. Yay! Date.
Only 75 sessions in the making.
Only 75
I was
sessions in the way.
just about to ask how many sessions.
75! All right.
The long game.
The
Guys,
long view.
Oh, long game. Guys, we pick up on Saith Day. Shut the fuck up. The 7th.
Say it,
I
Dave.
like Saith Day.
Saith Day, the 7th of Nightfall, as you are all each awoken to the instruction that Lord Lucien Whittemore will be giving a speech this day. All around you, you see as citizens of Iyo Thalor make their way to the front of the Whittemore estate, some occupying Sun Parsley Market, others sort of sitting upon the stairs as Lucien stands tall and strong, wearing his golden half capelet and regal. You know what? No, he wears the exact same thing that he wears every day. He doesn't feel the need to change for his people, for the people of his city. You're surrounded by friends as Casimir, Lila, Prim, and Harry. So many faces that you've seen. Rivet, Evelyn. Everyone waiting to hear the first speech of the now Lord Lucien Whittemore. Standing tall, hands on this podium, Lucien begins in the most Lucien way possible. Good morning. Hello. And you hear kind of a good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Excuse my nerves. Drinks a big gulp of water. Citizens of Iyo Thalor, we stand today on the edge of a new dawn. The darkness that once threatened to engulf our home has been pushed back. And not by chance, but by the bravery, unity, and selflessness of many. Today I stand before you to offer not just my thanks, but the gratitude of an entire city. A city that still breathes, still stands, because of the actions of a few key groups. He looks between Henrik, Rivet, Christopher Elmsong, each and every one of you. First, let us honor the Viper's Hand. There's some gasps in the audience. Who, in our darkest hour, opened their hidden tunnels to provide sanctuary. Through their daring and cunning, they not only shielded the lost and frightened from the storm outside, but gave those leading the charge against Elizabeth and the Ebony a safe harbor to plan, to strike, and to bring down these invaders. The Viper's Hand may be known for moving in the shadows, But today, a light shines upon them. And we owe them a great deal. For their service and bravery, I extend a hand in fellowship. An invitation to continue the work started here. In addition, a reward of 10,000 gold pieces will be given as a small token of our appreciation. Please also accept these veil cloaks. You see as Lucien shows off this beautiful black and red leather cloak that mimics scaling. A way to ensure that you remain hidden when desired. And above table, these cloaks allow or give the effects of Pass Without Trace.
Give me one.
Give me that! Zio's like, give me it now. Sorry, guys, this is a long speech. I apologize.
Yeah.
Next, we
Don't
must
apologize.
Next, we must thank the Thortel Guild, the brave guildfolk who risked their lives to ferry our people to safety. Through streets aflame and skies darkened with danger, they carried the very soul of Iyo Thalor to safety. And their efforts to protect the knowledge held within this grand city, our history, our culture, has ensured that we will not just survive, but we will thrive. For that, we thank you. The Thortel Guild will be rewarded with unfettered access to Iyo Thalor's archives and record, all in hopes to expand their collection of knowledge and preserve its importance. Additionally, I gift the guild with new equipment to make their mission a bit easier, courtesy of Harrioten, the city's head artificer. You see as these large backpacks with many different containment units, each like for scrolls, for parchment, for everything, anything that could help kit out the Thortel Guild. We are also indebted to the mages of the Law Keep, whose mastery of illusory magic cloaked so many citizens from the gaze of patrolling knights. Without their arcane prowess, so many more lives would have been lost. For their actions, the Whittemore estate is helping fund the creation of a new public library, as well as a primary and secondary school for the city of Iyo Thalor. But let us not forget the brave citizens, those who stood tall and strong, who fought for their home, their families, and their futures. Your courage is the bedrock upon which we've begun to rebuild. Iyo Thalor is strong because of you, its people, who refuse to yield in the face of darkness. To repay you for your valor, the Whittemore estate will remain open to you with food, board, and any service anyone may need. I also introduce a city hall, a time and place for us to meet each month and discuss the ways to better our home together. Lucien begins to get choked up. And finally, to the fated, words cannot express what this city owes you. You acted swiftly, uniting factions that have not worked together in an age. You created a plan to save lives. You executed it. You fought in the heart of danger, and together, you tore down the power that Elizabeth, the Ebony, and the hag Viola held over this city. Iyo Thalor is free because of your bravery, your wisdom, and your sacrifices, none of which will ever be forgotten. It is for this reason that I, Lord Lucien Whittemore, grant each of you rewards and titles befitting of your deeds. Lazuli, Xio, Whistle, and Echinacea, you shall be named as members of my personal council and recognized as protectors of Iyo Thalor. From this day forward, your voices shall help guide the future of this city. Our city. You are no longer just heroes. You are Iyo Thalor's shield, its sword, and its heart. You will always have a home here. Let this be a message to any who seek to bring harm to our home. Iyo Thalor is not alone. We stand united, with protectors as brave as these, and we will continue to stand together. May we look out for each other, and may we find strength in one another. Lucien steps in front of the podium and bows to the crowd. Hears erupt out as the people of Iyo Thalor have accepted their new lord. How do you each respond?
Anyone want to go first?
You,
I think, okay.
you spoke first.
I spoke first. So Whistles...
David said shit, yeah.
David said shit. So Whistles... I think as Lucien goes through and starts naming people and he gets to the Fated, Whistle stands up very straight. The sigil gifted to him already by the Ducal Guard, up front, over the heart, and stands with kind of like that very like soldierly sort of pride. And as the cheers pick up, Whistle will unsheath Nikolai, if Nikolai's up for it, in sort of like this big triumphant sword to catch the light and hold it up as part of the cheers.
You see as everyone you've trained follow suit.
Boom.
But it's not their weapons they hold up, it's their shields.
Yeah.
Oh.
Those
Zio?
guys.
Bridge 4!
Bridge 4!
I think Xio,
Oh, shit.
so Xio, is going to, and this is all for flavor, of course,
Yeah.
no damage. But Xio is going to summon Lulu up above the stage and where Lucien stands. So this pseudo dragon appears and summon, and the elemental burst creates these like crackling sort of like thunder sprites and creating this sort of frame of just magical elemental energy that starts to rain down upon the stage and the people up above, and this sort of like twinkling lights of elemental magic. Yeah.
You see as Wind Omine come in and scoop up those elemental motes and begin to, after they've sat on the stage for a bit, they fly them out into the crowd as they kind of create this fairy light effect as people are just in awe of the light that is happening here. They're in awe of Lulu. They're in awe of everything that's happening here.
And then Lulu will do a sweep of the crowd before coming back around to land on Lucien's shoulder, nuzzling up against his cheek.
He just scritches under the chin.
Oh. Echinacea, when Whistle stands at attention, Echinacea stands up. And there's this moment where Echinacea realizes that outside of their practice shield, they don't have one yet. So when they lift up their arm with everyone else, all of their terrariums form a little shield at their arm.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And from the bracer created by Lucien Whittemore, there's this sudden prism of light as Echinacea for the first time casts Sunbeam not as an attack, but just to array this entire space in prism light. And it's just rainbows in every single space, glittering. There are like children who can like chase the littlest motes. And then Lucien is just arrayed in gold, and for an instant he looks just like the pictures of Pelgond in the storybooks, bathed in gold.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm weeping. You hear as Christopher Elmsong says, "To Lord Lucien Whittemore, Henrik, to the Lord of Iyo Thalor, Rivet, to Lord Lucien," as everyone acknowledges him.
To Lucien.
To Lucien.
And
To Lucien.
And there is a moment of awe as the speech concludes and the people begin to just sort of celebrate around Sun Parsley Market.
And in a space in Sun Parsley Market that Lucien has let Echinacea know that they can craft something in the honor of the city, they will summon Aidwolf in his humanoid form and look at the rest of the Fated, including Kaelin, including Lucien. Could you help me make something to commemorate this?
Absolutely.
I'd love nothing more. Lucian's like, he's crying. He's like,
Oh, they'll
he's like,
Echinacea will like hug him tight and then kind of like gesture for everyone to group hug.
Yeah, comes in.
Kaelin comes in, Isandro comes in, Casimir comes in.
And Echinacea casting plant growth, just like in the Wavern Peaks, will start crafting these topiaries that, with their like winter blooms, will depict the faces not just of Lucien and the Fated, but also of Anatole, of Harry Oaten, of Lila Alcott, of everyone in the community who allowed for this place to continue and not be consumed. And is it okay if I read this poem? I realize it's a couple pages, so no is valid.
Read it. Fuck it. Read it.
Oh,
Echinacea casts Magic Mouth as this topiary starts to form, and as party adds their additions. So pause me if there's a moment where someone adds something.
Okay.
It begins. The lady let the serpents in, and silence fell upon the cold streets of Iyo Thalor, where fear would stalk ere long. For death did walk its winding way toward the hearth and home of common folk whose common yoke became the house Whittemore. The lady there with brother gone saw fit to spend the lives of those who long had trusted her, believing she was wise. The trust of city citizens was preyed upon by eyes that in their beauty hid a greater malice in disguise. For 'neath the house of Whittemore lay a lair of death and dread. The hag Viola lay her tithe upon the city's dead. The ebon eye paid tribute there beneath the bloody stone, with lives cut short in service of the hag Iyo Thalor. But Lucien would... Yes.
Lucien does step in, and at the mention of Ebony being used, he creates the visage of not Sir, but Sir Declan Alcott in his resplendent armor. As the people saw him as the guardian of Iyo Thalor, standing tall, with not the icon of the Ebony, but the sigildry of Pelgond, the Gilden Fire, ablazing on the breastplate.
Oh.
That is Lucien's addition.
Echinacea kind of stumbles a moment over their words as they watch Lucien do this. But Lucien would not let stand the harm his sister wrought, so armed with resolution he did brave the city's rot. A company of friends in fate did sneak beneath the streets, where brave souls of the city planned the citizens' retreat. Lending their swords to Lord Whittemore were quite a varied lot, a fairy bound to Viola, not least of whom he'd brought. A soldier, too, with living blade did lend both shield and glaive. A doctor, spirit caller, and his mentor joined the fray.
I think
They look, yeah.
there, as Echinacea starts to list the different people, Whistle is going to empty out the bag of various collected weapons and begin speaking to the metal, just whispering to it, repeating the phrases as Echinacea says them to the metal in Orthran, and it shapes into frames for the topiary to grow on.
Oh, yes. Oh, incredible. Incredible.
Yeah.
I think following up on that, Xio is going to kneel before as the topiary is growing, and they're going to whisper quietly and intently to try and gather moisture from the snow that is around, in the form of water amine. And as they're silently speaking in their own language from the Scorched Isles, they are asking for their life force to keep these plants growing regardless of the weather. And the water amine start gathering at the base of the topiary, and then slowly starts crawling through the bodies of each of these forms, allowing these lines to flow in ways that frame parts of the body, parts of the armor, of the clothing. It brings light into the eyes of these figures. It essentially provides a clearer vision of what these forms appear to be, and it's just a stream of water that continuously runs through the bodies.
Oh. The water flows, and then in this moment, Xio and Whistle, you both are filling out in your own ways with both the water and the metal taking shape beneath the topiary, what is clearly Kaelin. A champion of fair Elfwen did also lend his aid, as did two soldiers righteous who chose truth above the state. And then you see Richter and Monroe back to back. And then you see Casimir. A man redeemed did now eschew the tortures he had wrought, and did instead see fit to save her once mercied but not. A dragon once hidden in clouds descended to the ground, and Fairy's family did scout for strange darkness that bounds. And you see Lazuli's family sprouting up around her, made full and living by your magic. Through streets in dusk perpetual, made darker by the gloom, of ended creatures stalking through, intent to herald doom. And you see Harold in the corner, this little Mothman appear. Most shocking, though, of all this lot was faithful Captain Reeves, and you see Reeves's form, who, despite death's grip on his neck, of knighthood took his leave. And you see there's this moment of just shining. The figure of Reeves, who I think, depending on the light that catches, looks like his ebony form. And then the Aasimar that he is now living and breathing. In service of the living who remained upon the land, the Lorkeep Thortel and even vipers lent a hand. To lead the lost to safer ground, while into darkened keep, fair Lucien would guide a troop into the darkness deep. But first the fated found the one who prowled through the dark, and you see Cassandra being formed, facing Lazuli, who is offering her hand to Cassandra. The fairy brave and clever did upon the chase embark, to bind herself to prowling death, in so giving new life, and opportunity to learn what hides behind the strife. Of death hags and agreements made and duress tightly wound, the fairy thus did offer hand, and to the dark was bound. The spirit caller ran to aid the citizens alike, by elemental agents who use tragedy to strike, and you see Xio facing down Ulma, the two of them leaning tense over a table. Meanwhile, the fairy hatched her plot to draw the lady out, while Lord returned to family home, to which he knew the route. The lady came, and with her brought the gallant knight of yore, whose armor walked though soul was dark, omitted from the core. And you see Echinacea's memory of Sir, as he once was. And I think Xio, the light on the water as it flows through, turns green for just a moment while it's in that space. The knight who was a friend of old did drop the fairy's guard, so that the treacherous lady could leave fey defenses charred. The fairy was taken below to Hag's blasphemous lair, where Lucien and coterie were already prepared. For deep below the dungeons crawled Lucien and his aides, who saw the horror those who had for pacts most gravely paid. And I think there is like this miniature laid out of the sanctum and the maze below. Beneath the house of Whittemore lay a terrifying maze of those whose promises not kept were held for all their days. In torture sculpted just for them, the pact kept lived submerged, with hopes there doused in darkened depths and humanity purged. The pains which these pact makers face, this author will not write, but rest assured that consequence is the hag's greatest blight. Whatever one does love the best, she knows will take away, and in its place press suffering into the hands that pray. For freedom which can only come when death has laid its claim, or when the brave lord leads the way with shoulders bowed from blame. And I think you see Lucien and Whistle leading the charge in the sanctum. There's this like motion that I think the movements of the Divanthir metal almost like ping pongs these little figures, and they are washed deeper in by the water. Into the sanctum beating with the thunder of a heart, which in its sickly clutches held the tools of Death Hag's art. And there's this giant green topiary. For death is only fed by life, and so Viola's teeth did sink into beloved veins as if they were a sheath. The ebon eye did guard this heart, and so battle ensued. The soldier and his living blade did lead a charge and hew through those who take existence from the innocent, whose days ought to be lived above the ground beyond the vicious gaze of she who takes and never gives, both hag and lady in, whose grips nothing is e'er enough to cleanse the mortal sin. And you see this vision of these like before the heart of this topiary, you see Whistle both fighting with the Ebony soldiers and Viola, but also there is this sudden shift, and depending on where you are standing in this topiary, Whistle is also pulling people out of the heart. I lost my place. To cleanse the mortal sin of taking life, and so we waged great battle in the ground, where one was felled by foul hands that meant him there be bound. And there is the image of Monroe in the act of falling or rising, and you cannot quite tell. It depends on where you are standing. The doctor reached into this death and drew him into light, not letting darkness overwhelm the soldier's inner might. The tides did shift, for when he fell, the lady then emerged, the fairy trapped within the arms of gallant armor purged, of all the care which once had held the gallant Declan's self. So thus renewed robust onslaught, where every fighter felt the desperate need to free the fae from her patron, from her patron's sharp grip, where spirit callers sprinted deep into the cursed earth to rejoin friends and find the fray which would decide the fate of whether Iyo Thalor stands or falls beneath the weight of powers who will always use the tools within their grasp, robbing those tools of agency, freedom's final breath gasps. Defiant in the face of death, the soldier's living blade did douse the magic propping up the knight whose spirit strayed. Then turning ire upon the one who let the hag within the gates of Iyo Thalor's bounds, and in one action thinned the grip that held the city tight, and felling Miss Whittemore did undo much of all the pain which fell upon our doors. Her body fell, her eyes did shut, the lady of this house, but Lord Whittemore is mercy bound, and did all ire douse, and there is an image of Lucien reaching out his hand to Elizabeth. Instead, asking to bring her back, which dutifully was done by Dr. Fairy and the Lord who brought her back to sun. The fairy then did find her faith in shrouded grace of Shar, and you see Lazuli becoming a cleric. This reaching out into, I think, Whistle, your metal is what shapes this, like, vision of the night sky overhead swirling in the manner of Lazuli's magic. And then Xio, your water comes to pinprick in as the poem continues. And with sibling dispelled the heart along Minri's blue stars. I'm sorry, guys, I'm nearly done.
You're okay.
But in the place of one heart lost, another must be found, to beat in step with every song sung by those safe and sound, who carry on and build a life where death has been defied. The city stands, the darkness falls, and all of us do stride toward better days and brighter skies, hid not by smoke and ghosts. So raise your glass to victory, all you who've earned this boast. The day is won, the night will pass, to bring another dawn. As long as we remember, those lost aren't truly gone. So raise a glass to who you've been and who you will become. The path before us shines the way and beckons us along. Your fate is yours and will protect your right to hold it close. So on your way and keep to stay the thing you treasure most.
You see as Kaelin, behind all of this, creates the imagery of a shield, with the heraldry matching that of Whistle's, representing the entirety of the Fated. Reeves adds a small image, a pool of Xio's water forming where two young boys can be seen fishing. Casimir hides throughout the entire topiary the faces of all of you, smiling down upon those who need find you in moments of need, reflecting in the water formed by shadow. And as
You really got me with Sir and Reeves. I'm sorry. I'm dying.
You're so good. The topiary is formed, and we pan out to see, on the outside of the city, its guardian standing watchful. Herald, two large moth-like wings, no longer black and broken, but this resplendent silver moth-like fey creature, standing over with those same bright red eyes, watching down and ensuring the safety of the city that is now his charge. And that is where we are going to end Downtime and this chapter of Known Realms Tolesh. Nicely fucking done, everybody. Oh, man. I'm gonna cry a lot about this tonight. I'm gonna not be normal about this. Thank you guys for 2 years.
Ah!
Thank you
Oh
for
my
2 years.
God.
Thank you for being a part of this
Thank you
story.
for 2 years.
And thank you for being friends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's outro our players, starting with Angie.
Hey everybody, my name is Angie. You can find me at Agonethetic on the internet. I don't have anything to plug, but I do want to say that these 2 years have been an incredible experience, and
Oh
I'm gonna cry too.
Fuck!
Oh.
Being part of this table is a blessing, and this is the kind of story that I've always wanted to be part of and share, and being present here is really fulfilling. I appreciate you guys.
Love you.
Thank you for making space for me.
Thank you for
Love
being
you.
here, and thank you for taking up space. David, fuck, man.
Oh. Hey
Sorry.
guys.
Hi, David.
Hi guys. My name's
Oh,
David. I've been playing Whistle, and I love playing Whistle here every Sunday night. I haven't been here for the whole 2 years, but it's been truly an honor to be a part of this table and a part of this story for the last, 40 sessions ish?
Yeah.
Yeah. just
Almost
about.
50.
Almost 50. So, guys,
No, 50. Wait, or is this
No,
86?
44? Yeah. You can't, over 50.
Yeah.
You've been
Because
here
you
longer
came
than
37?
you haven't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 37 or 36, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Oh my
But yeah,
God.
it's been truly an honor. You guys are like the best storytellers doing this out here, and it's just fantastic. It's just magic each time.
Mhm.
That's me. Love you guys.
Guys, go ahead and
Love
check out
you.
Stealthy Elf Productions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that stuff too. There's that.
Button.
I am Button. And I really love this table. It is incredibly good at making me cry in a good way. I'm really grateful to be able to tell stories with you and to craft something this special. My heart's really full. Y'all are brilliant. And Stealthy Elf Productions is also brilliant, and you should check it out. I do stuff there too.
Oh, hi, everybody. Sorry.
Alec.
The thing is, it's all contagious, so we're in like a feedback loop.
I said it during episode 85. I'm going to repeat it now. This has been the best experience I've had running a game. This is a table that is not short of love, is not short of care, is not short of intentionality. And it is a story that is unlike anything I've done before, and I couldn't imagine doing it with anybody but you all. You have all made me a better storyteller, and every moment is cherished, and every moment is... We need to start making penis jokes again. We can't keep doing this.
It is!
Cock and balls.
What do you call a cheap circumcision?
Ugh.
I don't know
Oh my
what.
God.
A rip-off.
Rip off. Guys,
I made a penis joke.
thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you for 2 years. Here's to many more years of KRT. We still have so much story to tell. And we will see you guys in the next adventure. And hang on for a raid. I'm
too slow.
I'm gonna go weep, but oh my God! Oh my God! Bye, everybody.
We love you, bye!